Is everything you're telling me serious? Hey, don't be a dumbass, with all due respect. What I have noticed in many people who have addictions to any substance is that most of them downplay the events where they were at risk or where they were about to lose their lives. In your case, you're no exception. The issue here is that I've seen many don't value that pain, what in Alcoholics Anonymous is known as the bottom of suffering. Let's remember that behind every addict there's a neurosis. Neurosis is behaving like a child in the face of any situation that presents an obstacle, or that we perceive as an obstacle in our life. A neurotic is not made alone. A neurotic is born and also made. That is, we're talking about genetics and epigenetics. Epigenetics is the environment where we grow. In this case, the family, the society, where we are immersed in this soup of emotions, thoughts, social rules, moral rules, and everything considered for a supposed healthy coexistence. And we all know what genetics is: our DNA, the genes our parents passed on to us. And that's why we have our physical traits, psychological traits, and all of the traits you can imagine. That is to say, a baby already comes contaminated from the mother's womb. The baby feels rejection. The baby feels acceptance. It's worth clarifying that many addicts to any substance are collateral damage. What do I mean by collateral damage? For example, many children, from the moment they see people consuming alcohol or drugs as kids, feel that curiosity to know what it feels like. I believe we all feel that curiosity. But that doesn't mean we're all going to consume once we have access to the substance. However, if there is a genetic predisposition from the parents, most children of alcoholics or drug addicts end up consuming the same substances, end up having the same attitudes and aptitudes because it's not the same. What's your attitude toward life? What's your aptitude toward life? Please, everything we're recounting here, take it for your learning, whether this podcast is heard by a boy, a girl, a young man, a young lady, an adult man, or an adult woman. Because we could talk about all the beautiful things in life. The issue here is that you hardly ever learn from that, and that's because it's not valued. With this, I don't mean that we have to suffer forcibly to learn, but because we're immersed in a society, or rather, filth well, we end up getting contaminated. The hardest thing is to live to tell about it, and even harder is to take all the suffering as a treasure so as not to suffer again what we once suffered. We all have acquaintances, friends, neighbors, relatives who have been lost to drugs, to crime, who are locked up today and may never see the light of day and freedom again. In case you hadn't noticed, freedom is the greatest gift God gave us from the moment we are born. And when you lose, it is when you start to value the small things in life. Because those small things in life are the biggest things when you're locked up. I can already imagine what's next in your story, because like I said before, it always escalates. You do good things, and usually good things happen to you, a child. Likewise, if you do bad things, you attract more bad things into your life, into your being, your essence, your spirit. If today we're sitting here talking, it's only by the work and grace of God. Nothing more. Without God, there is nothing good. Without God, there is no guide. Without God, there is no hope. Without God, there is no safe harbor where you can go when you are alone. When everyone leaves you alone, that's when you turn to look at God. And in that moment, you realize that God never, ever abandoned you. Each day is a gift we must live as if it were the last, and we don't have to control or want to have everything under control in our life because we can't. The only will we have is the will to put our life at the disposal and service of God. And well, obviously, I got emotional. What happens is that hearing that kind of story makes me see myself a lot. And it's that eyes of a person reflect what they carry inside. That's why they say the eyes are the reflection of the soul. And that's true. Look at the people who live in darkness, and their eyes have no shine. Instead of having a sparkle, they have something dull. But there are also people who lived through darkness and are now wiser, because they knew how to discern between good and evil. Like they say, God doesn't want the lukewarm, and the devil spits them out. You have to decide which side of the game you're going to be on, with God or with the devil, but both of them live inside you. That's the importance there. Maybe many of our listeners who are living in hell, and I can assure you that many of them are asking God to get out of it. God can read our hearts, and believe me, when you are 100% honest with God, God listens to you, God helps you, and gives you the tools to get out of there. And, well, after all this reflection, please, I want you to continue telling us your story. If there are things you skipped, that you forgot, you can also go back to them. There's no problem with that. The point is that you keep sharing your pain with us and how it is that you're healing. Please, brother, continue with your story. And I know the infernal rehab clinic wasn't the last place you were in. We're all ears.
Thanks. Yeah, look, in the clinic I also had a slip-up with a Pedrosa, you know, a woman who smoked crack, and she was the same one who sucked another dude's dick, besides her husband's when he showed. Up, ha ha. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Most addicts look for love in the trash can, and those words aren't mine. They tell you that in AA. The thing is, this chick rejected me because I tried to kiss her in the gym, and this is something I almost forgot. Just to get the chick to give it up, I started running my mouth like an idiot. I started telling this woman how in the men's dorm we gave all the women nicknames. We talked about how the chicks fucked, how they sucked dick, who sucked dick the best, which women were the easiest to fuck, which ones moved their asses better. And obviously, when I tried to kiss her, she had already gotten all the info she wanted and went and told everything in the women's dorm. Not satisfied with that, she also went and told all the psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors, nurses, and almost even the fucking copper type. Do you know the bomb that exploded because I ran my mouth like an idiot? The thing is, it blew up. Everyone found out I tried to kiss this woman. Plus, everyone found out that, because I wanted to fuck her, I started blabbing. From then on, all the guys in the dorm, my roommates didn't trust me anymore. Because the women went to complain about everything we said about them, and all the guys in my dorm told me I was a snitch, that I was the sheep, that I was the rat. And you'd see how the same crew, when they came into the dorm, would all start saying, don't talk, don't say anything, cause the sheep is here. And me, I couldn't say anything. I had to stay quiet because I knew what I had done. Just because I wanted to fuck, I sold everyone out, and in the end, I didn't even fuck her. Didn't even get a kiss. She didn't suck my dick, nothing. I got nothing. Why? Because I was desperate. Because I didn't know how to control my lowest instincts. It's indeed I said, didn't turn out, even my mother talked to me and told me that woman didn't deserve me, that she was a whore, and that even though I was an addict, I had to have dignity. She said I had no reason to be tasting other people's spit and cum. She told me that during a visit. At that moment, I felt like trash. I wanted the earth to swallow me. But even so, I had to face all my bad decisions. There were some fellow patients who took it easy on me. They told me that what's done is done, but that I should learn from that experience. Because in the long run, or maybe, well, having a job, it could get me into a lot of trouble. And not to mention, if this had happened in jail, I might already be dead for being a snitch. Nobody wants snitches. Nobody wants those who don't keep their mouth shut. You'll lose everyone's respect. People really start to see you like a woman with a dick and balls. Also, on the other hand, well, when I was about to fight with the federal police officer, I was scared as fuck, dude. Like I've told you, I've always been a bitch when it comes to throwing hands with other guys since elementary school, middle school, high school, university. So, imagine being locked up and having to face your problems. I said, you're still. For a spoiled kid, that's like the end of your world. But, well, like I said, I did my 3 months there. I didn't do drugs during that time. When I got out, I went back to live with my parents, and I also went back to college to architecture. I lasted around 9 months in total, counting the 3 months from the infernal clinic. And after 9 months I started using again. For a while I did stay away from the crew. The problem was that I didn't feel right. I didn't feel okay with normal people. I felt restless. I felt bored. I wanted fun, and I always convinced myself that if I used again this time, I'd take it easier without getting into trouble. You always fool yourself with the same thing, but in the end you always end up the same. I got back with the crew. At first I tried to act tough, like I wasn't going to use, like I was better than them. Obviously, the crew tells you that using just a little bit won't cause any problems, and I relapsed again. I got out of the rehab clinic at 18 years old, and about a year passed where I stayed in the streets. So until I was 19, I was still partying. In that time between lockdowns, I also had a lot of adventures, so to speak, most of them risky. Most of them could have gotten me killed. By then, I was already smoking weed, doing LSD, tachas, which is also known as ecstasy, even microdots. In fact, I went further. I started using 2CB, better known as Turksibia. There were moments where, honestly, I didn't even know what I was taking, because a dealer would show up, saying he had a pill that had acid like LSD. It also had ecstasy, and also microdots. So I started taking cocktails of synthetic substances, and to amplify them, I did smoke weed, and I also did cocaine. Alcohol, to be honest, I never liked. But when there was nothing else but alcohol, it'd get wasted until I blacked out, until I ended up puking. Passed out, not knowing what the fuck had happened for several hours. I could get to parties, see people drinking and also smoking weed, so I did smoke too. And then, when I woke up, I was already leaning against some fucking wall, sitting on the floor. Totally puked on with 1 or 2 other dudes next to me, just as wasted as I was. That is to say, I already had mental blanks. I can tell you that even though it's been more than 10 years since I drank alcohol, yeah. I've had maybe 1 beer in a year, maybe 2 in a year, but only when someone offered it to me. I can tell you that after 10 or 15 years, there are moments in my life that I don't know what happened. Because even I didn't have a chronic alcohol habit for many years, obviously I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict, but I mean that my preferred substance for getting wasted was never alcohol. Even so, when I drank, it'd lose it memory loss, mental blackouts that had to carry me out. I remember ending up puking at the high school I used to go to, and at that moment I was thinking I'm supposed to be in college already, yet here I am outside of the high school, puking in front of the entrance. I can tell you it was something degrading for me. I think that every time we see ourselves like that on the ground, our self-esteem and our self-love, as well as our self-worth, we start to lose it. Because every time you humiliate yourself more, and you're the one humiliating yourself, because nobody puts a gun to your head and forces you to use substances. I had a buddy who liked to go buy drugs in the vicindades, in the neighborhoods. In those neighborhoods, you'd go in and out. There were sacks of weed of every price you could think of. 5, 10, 15, 20. Whatever price, quality and quantity you wanted, you just had to ask. And not to mention the other drugs. Cocaine, ecstasy or tackers, acid, crack, or crack is cocaine cooked with baking soda and other substances they add in. They don't all and out then add in. That makes it more addictive. They also sold crystal meth, and not to mention PVC, better known as Activo, which is a substance you can inhale by soaking a rag or a piece of toilet paper. When you walked into the neighborhoods, or better said, the drug-selling spots nobody robbed, the cops who were on the avenues near the points knew what you were going for, because everything was already arranged with the government. And that's where I realized that women are really hybristophilic and that makes the end of it. In it would. That and that. I did it testing the sea to doctor. Oh, got down down to me. Why? Because drug-selling spots are full of pretty and very young women. Usually they become girlfriends of the dealer to have unlimited drugs and to never run out of drugs to consume. It was shocking to see the image of all those girls getting high next to criminals. A woman is said to be hybristophilic because she feels sexually attracted to criminals, whether they're thieves, rapists, kidnappers, drug traffickers, murderers, etc. And there is still distrust. That's why there are many women who live with abusers. That's the way far away. It can't sore away. Our friends in there. Women like to live in the soap opera of drama and pain. In note, saying all women are like lilacs and sad. But all women have a tendency to get lost in the darkness. Maybe there's 1% of women who aren't like that, or who don't follow that nature. Because the nature of the woman is the moon and that. The moon, well, only comes out at night. Ha ha ha. The lunar energy is cold. Lunar energy is what rots things. I must clarify that I'm not a misogynist. I don't hate women. The women listening to this know anti-cut. And you went and it's a station organist in the hour and to the end of us. That I'm telling the truth. I believe that to have a good woman, first, you must be a good man, and the good woman will come on her own. But be careful, because before that, many wolves in sheep's clothing will come, and many vultures too. This also applies to good women. There are many men who are shit, who are garbage. Yet you see how women are still chasing after that criminal. Anyway, in one of those times I went to buy drugs with my buddy and another chick I was fucking. We saw how a dude was trying to buy a revolver, one of those that only hold 6 bullets, the kind that spins. To buy Owens. Keep it short, the seller got pissed because the supposed buyer was just going back and forth asking about one gun and then another, and he wasn't buying anything. Then the arms dealer grabs the wrist. They don't outselling us not to see. And they should styles. Revolver's chamber and closes it. We didn't see if it had bullets. At that moment, he grabbed the revolver and put it to the side of the supposed buyer's head and said, "All right, motherfucker, that's enough. You're asking, and truth is, you're not buying shit." And at that moment, he pulls the trigger. My buddy, the little slut I was with, and I just froze. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know if it was serious. The only thing I was thinking at that moment was, what the fuck am I doing here? What fucking need do I have to be risking my ass with this shit just to get shot? By the grace of God. The revolver didn't have bullets, or at least it didn't fire when the guy pulled it and spun the chamber. The arms dealer just laughed and the buyer was frozen and didn't say another word. We bought what we had to buy and got out of there with our asses in our hands. I have to admit that in the moment I was scared, but later I started to feel like a badass, belligerent, feeling like you've lived it, feeling like you're a badass just for going into drug-selling spots, feeling like a badass just because, according to you, you take risks and make it out alive. It's always the fucking ego game, thinking you can do it alone, not recognizing that a higher power is the one watching over you. Even though you're out there wrecking your mind, your body, your soul, your spirit, and everything around you. The girl I was with that time, truth is, I didn't even like her. She was the representation of my self-esteem. I'm not saying I'm Brad Pitt, but I am good looking. The problem is that since I had low self-esteem, I'd hook up with any spider that let herself get fucked. The problem with doing that is this chick wanted to get pregnant by me. And we could say that, for a moment, she thought she had succeeded. This woman was a friend of the family of one of my aunts. Well, this chick gave me blowjobs right there at my aunt's house, and from there, supposedly, we started dating. But she had already messed around with all my cousins, so I was also tasting semen from my own cousin's heart. Now that I look back, it's crazy how deep the degradation goes. The thing is, one day I came inside her. The chick didn't take the morning after pill, and I think for 1 or 2 months she was pregnant. She didn't get her period, no vaginal bleeding. My whole family told me to leave her because she was too ugly for me, and I knew it, but I didn't have any other pussy to fuck or anyone to suck my dick. And at that age, your testosterone is overflowing. It's true, that thing they say, that you even want to fuck brooms. My half-brother for a while supposedly wanted to help me and took me to someone who supposedly cleaned auras. This man could tell when I had done drugs the day before. I done the Doriestone, I developed addicts. He would say my aura appeared like a greenish-grey booger. Those who know about that stuff say that when you use drugs, the colors of your aura mix together, and that's why you feel confused. That's why you keep using, because your aura gets unbalanced, meaning it confuses you by mixing the colors of your chakras. This isn't a spirituality podcast, but all alcoholics and drug addicts have those kinds of experiences frequently. The thing is, this man guessed that this dumbass was pregnant because I'd come inside her, and he told me. It's worth noting that I hadn't told anyone this chick, I'd said, it was pregnant. And she won, he stood out and chase, yeah. But that day this man told me, there's a woman who's pregnant by you. At that moment I made a surprised face because no one else knew. I hadn't told anyone. Not my parents, not my sister, not my half-brother, no one. But the man also told me, don't worry, she's going to lose it. At that moment I was stunned, and what shocked me the most is that the same day or the next, the chick lost the supposed embryo she had from me. We never really knew if it was my child or not, because she was a whore who had been around, street women. When she told me she lost the baby, I held back for just one day, and the next day I told her I didn't want anything to do with her anymore. She started crying, and all the drama women do. That man who cleaned my aura used to relieve me when he did it. He could transfer energy with his hands while standing, and my body would start to vibrate and move from side to side. That's why I know those unexplainable things are real, but everyone has to experience it for themselves to realize that another energy world really does exist. Later on, this guy tried to fuck my sister, and my half-brother didn't like that, so he distanced himself from him. I spent some time using drugs while still living at my parents' house, without them realizing, or rather, until my mom found the drugs. That's when she'd lay it down and threaten to kick me out again or lock me up. But it was a kind of control I couldn't stand from her, because no one really forces you. It's like your mom prepares you to be a man who serves women, and that never seemed right to me, and I never fully submitted. At that time, I think my mom had bought me an iPod Touch, the first generation that came out, and I had it. I mean, I also played dumb. I kept asking for things. I let myself be manipulated. Oh, and Sarah, look at the dumb shit. At the same time you complain about the executioner, you're handing over your decision-making power through gifts. That's why Facundo Cabral used to say the rider gets the horse to ride it. The part Facundo Cabral didn't tell you is that the rider also uses beatings and ass-kickings to ride the horse. But there's a limit. A moment will come when the horse will rebel and go toward freedom or libertinism. That's up to the horse. To keep it short, I kept using my use, kept getting worse. I stopped giving a fuck, showing up smelling like weed, showing up with burnt fingers with my nails scorched too. And the same thing started again. I wasn't going to class. I didn't give a fuck. I'd go to 1 or 2 classes and just joke around. No, it's worth noting, and ill say it and again the total time I spent just messing around in college, supposedly attending architecture classes, was 3.5 years. Out of those 3.5 years, well, you just have to subtract the months I was locked up, right? My parents used to threaten me every day. They'd tell me I already knew the path I was going to follow if they caught me still using drugs. But honestly, I was already at a point where I didn't give a fuck. I was sick of my parents' authority. I was sick of them constantly on my case. There came a moment when I realized that the subjects I was doing well in didn't matter to my parents, and their whole argument and bounce back was, yeah, but you use. They didn't care that I was doing well in some classes, because I wasn't doing well in all of them, that's the truth. And they always used my drug use as the excuse. That's why I wasn't functional. That's why I couldn't be out in freedom. At that time, I was still hanging out with that dude from high school who was jealous of me back then. I hadn't told him to go fuck himself yet, because he hadn't fully shown his true colors. But he was always arrogant, always full of himself, always thought he was better than everyone else, but he was a long-time alcoholic. I don't know where that dude is now. I don't know what became of his life. If he's listening to this podcast, hell know who he is, even though I haven't too mentioned any name or clues or anything. But if he's listening, may God bless him. And may he know that on my part, there's no resentment. The time we were friends was cool. He was with me during a moment of my loneliness. But like they say, misery loves company. Because that's the truth about death squads, the drunks I had on the corner, who ended up with their guts blown out from so much alcohol, who ended up sunburnt, or the drug addicts who die from using. They band together to not feel so mediocre, so worthless, so alone. That's the reality of the real world, the ground we walk on. The first time I got caught and got sent to the clinic, it was from a hangout I had with that same dude from high school who was jealous of me. The second time my mom caught me still using was also after a day I spent hanging out, getting high with that dude in college, and when I got home, shit hit the fan. Look only now in realizing that pattern, how I thought he was my buddy, and yet both times when everything blew up, I was with him. Him not saying is to blame or responsible for all my actions. What him saying is there are patterns that always repeat. And like I said from the first episode, many of the problems you're going to have will be caused by exposing yourself, by taking risks out in the streets sometimes because of you. But most of the time, it'll be because you're hanging out with shitty people. That time, well, we had been smoking weed, and by the time it was like 4:30 in the afternoon, I knew I had to be home no later than 6, because my mom had already gotten home, and the bitch was always going through my clothes, checking me like a fucking drug-sniffing dog, and that always pissed me the fuck off. So that time we were already walking toward the avenue, so he sits out, and I don't that. I could take the bus that would get me home, and this dude was also going to his house. We passed by an old man, an elderly guy who was drawing one of the most important symbols or shields from the ancestral cultures we come from. It's said that symbol represents the universe meaning. The man was like a historian, or someone who knew a lot about history and wanted to share his knowledge. When we walked past him, he called us over with hand gestures, started signaling us to come, saying he wanted to show us something, that he wanted to explain something. And honestly, the afternoon was beautiful. It was very calm. Everything was very peaceful. But I was already living in fear of confronting my mom because she was always on my ass. And so my mom, my family, they all used me as a scapegoat because that's what the addict is, a dump for neurosis. And when you remove the addict from the family falls apart and doesn't know what to do anymore because they have no one left to blame. And when the family realizes that the addict, the black sheep, is actually the baddest, the smartest, the bravest, the most humble person, that's when the family can't accept it. But is telling you the family is more fucked up than the addict himself. So when the old man tried to explain this symbol to us, I told him no, and my body also said no. The man apparently didn't take it. Well, he got offended, and I can't explain it all in detail, but from a distance, the man started saying something to us. I never understood what, but what I did understand is that it felt like a warning, a threat, a curse, or maybe even witchcraft. I left and got home, and obviously my parents could tell I was high as fuck, even if they didn't find anything on me. But they had already warned me, and on Friday, they supposedly didn't say anything, but they were mad as usual, taking out their neurosis on me. I think it was Friday or Saturday, when they told me that on Sunday we were going to a meeting, in one of those addiction-related meetings and all that shit. And honestly, I didn't suspect anything. Just to get out of a 3-hour therapy session, sitting on the couch reading me the riot act, I told them, yeah, okay, fine. Let me pause here. After I got out of the rehab clinic and they saw that I was still getting high, that I had signs of still using, they tried to have me committed. The thing is, when we were getting out of the car to go check out the rehab center, I ran off and told them they weren't going to lock me up. I started yelling in the need to know is I was I know that, and it's staging to down is to sit down. Street shouting, and everyone was staring at us. My dad told me, just get back in the car, don't make a fucking scene here in the street. I said, no, it's that you want to lock me up. And they were like, no, we're just going to see what the place is like, and a bunch of bullshit like that. But the truth is, I stood my ground and didn't let them. I ran, and only once they backed off about locking me. Listen, don't say it did. Up. I got back in the car. But I kept telling them, if you try to take me in there, I swear I won't let you. I'll run, and if you put me in there, I'll escape. So they saw I was really serious, that I wasn't going to give in, and that I was ready to say, fuck it, so they kind of froze at that moment. But they weren't going to just sit there doing nothing either. So on Sunday, the Sunday after we had seen that old man with the symbols at the university, the one I told you about, who kind of threw a curse at my buddy and me from a distance, that Sunday my parents woke me up early. Come on, man. Put on a sweater and jacket, we're going to the addict meeting we told you about. And I was like, fuck, here we go. So without thinking, I got up, put on a jacket, and I was wearing shorts and my sneakers, because back then I worked out a lot, even though I smoked a ton of weed at the same time I exercised like crazy. because I had learned in the rehab clinic that you have to be physically strong. Why? Why? Because there's always going to be someone who wants to take advantage of you. Someone who wants to feel like a badass. So you have to impress them first with your body. Make them see that you're stronger than they are, and that they won't even dare challenge you. That's what I learned in rehab, not to let anyone fuck with me. So even though I smoked weed, no shit, I used to run 1 or 2 hours every day, and I also did pull-ups and weights. I didn't really go to the gym back then, but I was in shape, 19 years old, strong as hell, like a fucking hare, a fucking lynx, like a little deer. But a solid little deer. So we got in the car and picked up a dude who honestly I didn't even know. But I sat in the front passenger seat, and that dude we picked up got in the back seat behind me. So my dad was driving, my mom was sitting behind my dad, I was in the passenger seat, and the guy we picked up at his house was sitting behind me. He gets in the car, and I noticed he was kind of looking at me weird, like he was paying a lot of attention to me. And then he said, "Hey, how you doing? What do you use? How you been?" And I started explaining to him, well, honestly, yeah, I smoke weed, but that's it. And then he said, "Nah, where we're going is just a meeting, don't trip. We're just going to go in so you can see what the place is like, and then you'll be able to leave." And a bunch of, bullshit I honestly don't even remember well. All I wanted was not to be there. I wanted to be smoking weed, working out, being at the park, or doing absolutely nothing, dude, because I was so sick of them always being on my ass. So we get to the place, and from outside I saw it said AA Annex 24 hours, and I was like, fuck, what the hell is this? Before I even got out of the car, the dude gets out and kind of stands guard, making sure I didn't make any sudden moves or anything. And right then I started feeling something was off, But I thought, well, I don't have a choice but to obey. These assholes, I mean my parents, because they were super annoying. They were always nagging, and I'd be like, fuck off, sons of bitches, don't you get it? I'm not a fucking junkie out here stealing and doing crazy shit. But they never understood that. I get out of the car, and this dude kind of walks me in. I go through the first gate, and I see a guy sitting at a desk, like, receptionist, bald, kind of like a soldier, and there were other dudes there too. They all looked at me kind of weird, and he said, "Come on in, make yourself at home." And honestly, I was going through weed withdrawal, like that feeling when you're fed up with everything. You don't want light hitting you. You don't want sun. You don't want people talking to you. Loud sounds hurt, like after I smoke a lot of weed, I end up in a state like when you peel off the plastic covering from a wire and just leave the exposed copper or metal. That's how my nervous system feels every time I consume a lot of weed. The next day I get this horrible hangover, everything bothers me, everything makes me feel bad, and I get super irritable, and it only goes away if I take another hit of weed. And then I can smoke again all day or just one joint. But I mean that withdrawal syndrome that leaves your whole nervous system like bare wires, no insulation, just copper, so the first spark, little scrape from anything annoying, you explode. And it pissed me off, dude, because it'd be like, fuck, my parents act like they enjoy being on my ass, and I couldn't take it anymore. Honestly, I just couldn't take my parents anymore. Even now I live alone because I can't stand them. Dude, that's the truth. The family will never stop being messed up. That's why the addict always has to leave, because if not, he might end up killing a family member. No, what a child stays at. Listen, they see, is it a never go to the child to the key? Because every pressure cooker with enough pressure will explode. So after the reception, I go through a second door. And when I go through that second door, it was locked, and they only open it so you can pass through. The first thing I saw was a dude standing up at the AA group podium, where people go up to talk about their history of drug use. And I Saw him complaining because he didn't have a chick, because he didn't have anyone to fuck, and a bunch of other bullshit. But he was super from the sticks, all shitty, like a dumbass, all Indian, all marginalized dude. And did I will soon shout fine. And you did start to do. So I walk in and everyone turns to look at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? And something inside me told me, it's over, dude. You're all locked up. Like a little voice inside me said, no, do not walk out. You're fucked. They tricked you. There were also women there, but fewer than 10, maybe 5 or 6 women at most, and about 30 men. Women and men were separated by an aisle, even though they were in it, the same room. And at the front of the room, next to the podium, there was a desk with a dude sitting there who coordinated the AA meetings. I sat in the chair closest to the entrance and saw that there were other guys sitting on stools. Some were sitting on stools, actually. Now that I think about it, they were all sitting on stools like the kind you see at taco stands in the street, and there were other dudes off to the side who were kind of keeping watch over the others, like they had more authority, because you can tell right away who's in control, who's submissive, who has a little more freedom. In the short time I had been there, I'd already figured out more or less how things were, but I didn't fully understand everything yet. So they sit me down and tell me to start listening to the meeting. The meeting. My parents didn't come in. My parents stayed behind the first door. They didn't go through the second door. Or maybe they did go through the first door, but they didn't make it to the meeting room, because your family is the one that has to sign your admission form. Whether you're going to be in there for 3 months, 6 months, or a year, even if you're an adult, that doesn't matter. It should matter, but they don't care. And the authorities we have here, well, they don't give a fuck either. So it's a grey area. Well, so I was sitting there for a while, and I started to get anxious and I thought, fuck this, I'm leaving. Then, before I stood up, they brought me a so-called hot tea in a plastic cup, which honestly looked more like just boiled water, with a bit of colouring and barely any flavour dot. Along with it they gave me a spoiled cake. How did I know it was spoiled? Because it tasted bitter. It tasted like sugar that's already turning bad and starting to ferment into alcohol, like when fruit starts to rot, and when you eat it, it no longer tastes like sugar, but like it's fermenting. So I took a couple of bites, and then I got up, and right away I saw everyone go on alert. The guys who were watching the others stood up, and the Padrino, well, actually the guy we picked up at his house, the one who brought me into this place, he was a Padrino from AI. The Padrino was next to me, and when I stood up, the watchers stood up too, and the Padrino walked up to me and said, "What's up?" And I said, "Nah, I'm leaving." And he said, "Wait, we're going to show you the upstairs facilities," because everything was on the ground floor. I told him no, I just came to a meeting and I already listened to what I needed to listen to, and I'm out. Then the vibe started getting tense, and it seemed like the Padrino was trying to walk me toward the stairs to the second floor. There were some stairs, and at that moment, honestly, I didn't want to act crazy. I thought about running, too, because before I got up, I kind of surveyed the room, but I didn't want to throw myself into an act of bravery. The problem was that there were 2 doors I'd have to get through, and I knew there were guys guarding those other doors too. In other words, it's easy to get in, but hard to get out. So reluctantly I approached the stairs, and everyone was watching me, like waiting to see if I was gonna do something. And I was thinking, like, shit, what's going on here? I'm not even a criminal. All of that I was thinking, not saying. So I get closer to the stairs, and from downstairs I look up to the first floor and see a dude peeking over. Well, for those who know what country I'm from, They know that on the coasts, like in any country, there are tougher people. I mean people from beach towns, people with hardened bodies. Tough guys? People from rural towns are usually more aggressive than city folks, most of the time, although there are exceptions. So the dude I see looking down from the first floor, I saw him from the ground floor. He impressed me. Why? Because even though he was a short dude, like about 1.6 or 1.65 meters tall, despite his short height, he looked really strong. Dark-skinned, very dark, sunburnt. He looked like he worked out, had several tattoos on his body, and had a military-style haircut, you know. The famous high and tight or flat-top haircut. He looked really fucking tough physically, super rough, muscular, but not exaggerated. He looked like he did calisthenics, pull-ups at the park, or parallel bars, all those bodyweight exercises. He wasn't ripped, like low-fat shredded, but he had little fat, small belly, but the dude was solid as hell. And he wasn't wearing a shirt, just long shorts and sneakers. Then he looks at me real serious and says, "What? Kid, not you gonna act up?" At that moment I felt a shitload of fear. Honestly. For real, not just because it was several guys against me, but because even if it were just me versus that one solid dude, the truth is, I wouldn't beat him. He looked like one of those jacked beach Indians. His body wasn't big, but it was tough as fuck, like wood, like firewood. You could tell if he landed a punch, he'd fuck you up where he hit. On top of that, the other dudes who were with me on the ground floor were telling me not to start shit, and that I should just go up without making a scene. So when I saw I had no chance of getting out of that situation successfully or victorious, I gave in, I surrendered, I let them take control. They didn't hit me, didn't tie me up, didn't use any violence. The only thing they did was tell me that if I didn't go up nicely, they were going to beat the shit out of me. I started going up the stairs. The dudes were watching me to make sure I didn't try to run back down. And the dude upstairs who had threatened me when I reached the first floor, he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Hell yeah, kid. You made the right decision, And he laughed. Honestly, I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know what was going to happen in there. I didn't know anything. What I did know was that these dudes were tough as hell, and I couldn't be playing dumb, disrespecting them or disobeying. They took me inside, and I saw a bathroom that was all fucked up, metal door, all rusted, looked corroded by water. Above the meeting room there was another room, but it was empty. In that room there were windows, but the windows were covered with newspaper. They did that so you couldn't see the street, talk to anyone outside or anything. They didn't let you get near the road or so. Distract windows, they out, they were not trout, cold yesterday. They did all as least a little shower rat. I arrived escorted into the other room, next to the bathroom, you could say, and there was a chubby guy, really chubby. This dude was in charge of the people who arrived super drunk or high. In these places, that area is called the infirmary, even though there are no doctors, but that's where people go to recover. When I say recover, I mean that's where they go to finish experiencing or feeling the effects of the substances, and that's where detox begins. So since they saw I was going to act up downstairs in the meeting room, that's why they took me up to the infirmary, because they said, "Nah, this dude came in high and he's about to get stupid, and we're going to have to beat his ass." I need to clarify that the Annexos are not regulated by the government, which means you can do whatever you want to inside. So the chubby guy in charge of the infirmary tells me, "Lay down here, bro, chill," and the other dudes who had been escorting me, well, they left, went back downstairs. The guy who was an acquaintance of my parents, the one who came with me to the Annexo and walked in with me, turns out he also lived there. People who live inside the Annexo and are allowed to go out to work and come back are called media loos, half-light. He told me not to act like a dumbass, to chill the fuck out, that I was already inside, and that my parents had put me there because they couldn't stand me anymore, and that I had to get in line or I was fucked, that if I wanted some punches or didn't understand words, it was going to be by beatings. In that moment, I felt bad. I felt deceived. I felt frustrated. I felt humiliated. I felt a lot of hatred toward my parents. I was thinking, damn sons of bitches, they really fucked me over putting me in here. But when I get out for real, I'm going to go kill them. Because that's the reality of what you think, because you feel like you don't deserve to be there. Then another dude shows up who looked kind of like Cocolo, like a Chicano. He had tattoos on his face and was staring at me like really arrogant, like super cocky, like he wanted to beat the shit out of me. And I'm like, what the fuck's up with this dude? But the truth is, the high from the weed was already wearing off. I wasn't totally stoned anymore. At that point, you start to feel how your body's not relaxed anymore, and you start getting tense. So when the meetings end, which usually last an hour and a half or even 3 hours or more, they give the annexados, the people locked in, a break. They can go up and down, smoke a cigarette, go to the bathroom, drink water. So all the guys from downstairs come up, and I see how they're all looking at me. I was lying down, and honestly, I didn't know what to do, didn't know what to say. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know how to act. It was a really shitty house, super old, all chipped paint, smelled horrible, with dudes you don't know, all shady looking. There were bunk beds, and I didn't want to be there. All of that makes you angry. So everyone comes up and starts asking me, "What's up, bro? Why are you here?" And I told them, and then another meeting starts, and everyone goes back down again, and I stay up there again, alone. Don't see. It will distract saying. It'll never see us. Start walking toward the other room, and the Colito, the same one in charge of the infirmary when he got back from working outside, he was like the mom in jail. In jail, the mom is the inmate who's been in the cell the longest and is the one in charge. So when Colito got back, the chubby guy who had welcomed me went down to the meetings, and the one in charge now was Colito, this Chicano guy that I later found out had actually been in the US and had been to jail over there. But at first I didn't like Colito at all, because on top of being cocky and arrogant, he seemed kind of homosexual. You can tell right away when a dude likes men by how he moves his face, the gestures he makes, how he looks at you, like he wants to invade your personal space way too fast, something no one should ever do. You feel me? So when I start walking toward the other room next to the infirmary, Colito tries to order me around real cocky, and I told him to fuck off. I just kept walking toward that other room next to the infirmary, and I was pacing around there, and that guy told me, "Lay down on the bed because you can't be walking around here." And I said, "Why not?" And he said, "Because you can't just walk around wherever you want." But just then another meeting ended, and everyone started coming back upstairs again, and they started surrounding us. And then it started to feel like a tense atmosphere, like a fight was about to go down, and this guy Colito had a blanket in his hand. So I thought, shit, they're gonna beat my ass with the blanket, because I'd already been to the clinic, dude. I knew what it was like to get wrapped in a blanket and have the shit beat out of you. I thought Colito was going to hit me with the folded blanket to give it more force, but he didn't do it. I have to clarify that annexos are not regulated by the government, which means you can do whatever you want inside. So the chubby guy in charge of the infirmary tells me, "Lie down there, bro, chill out." And the other dudes who had come up with me went back downstairs. The guy who was an acquaintance of my parents, the one who brought me into the annexo and came in with me, turns out he also lived there. They seemed People who live inside the Annexo and are allowed to go out to work and come back are called, in quotes, media lose half light. He told me not to be stupid, to calm the fuck down, that I was already in there, and that my parents had put me there because they couldn't take it anymore, and that either I shaped up or I was gonna be fucked. That if I wanted some punches, or if I didn't get it with words, it was gonna be through beatings. At that moment I felt bad. I felt deceived. I felt frustrated. I felt humiliated. I felt a lot of hatred toward my parents. I was thinking, damn sons of bitches. They really fuck me over putting me in here. But when I get out for real, it'll go kill them. Because that's the reality of what one thinks. Because you feel like you don't deserve to be there. Then another dude comes in, looked like a colo, like a Chicano. He had tattoos on his face and was staring at me all cocky, like he wanted to fuck me up. And I was like, what the fuck's up with this guy? But at that point, the weed was wearing off. I wasn't totally stoned anymore. And by then you start to feel your body not relaxed anymore. And you start to tense up. So when the meetings end, usually they so actually they deal addicts. Last an hour and a half or even 3 hours or more, they give the annexados, the inmates, a break. That they can go up or down, smoke a cigarette, go to the bathroom, drink water. So all the people from Shadians downstairs came up and I saw how they were looking at me. I was lying down and honestly didn't know what to do. Didn't know what to say. Didn't know what was going on. Didn't know how to act. It was a Jackson fucked up house, all old peeling paint, smelled awful. With dudes you don't even know, dirty-ass mattresses, bunk beds, and I didn't want to be there. All of that makes you angry. So they come up and out, start saying, what's up, bro? Where you from? What's your deal? Why are you here? You know, they start asking you all the questions. And I told them, nah, I come from such and such place, and I use this and that, and honestly I'm chill. But I get desperate being locked up in here, man. And one guy, a tall, skinny dude, but the kind that looks solid, like if he hits you, he knocks you out, those tall, skinny. But tough dude says to me, no way, bro, you just got here and you already want to leave. And I said, no way, man. It's just that I didn't want to be here. My parents tricked me. And you, why stay at hands? And the whole group started laughing at me and said, yeah, bro, that's how they get a lot of people. And I was like, fuck. And they all saw how desperate and tense I was, like a fucking caged lion. And they were telling me, chill, bro, just chill, because you're going to be here for at least 3 months. And I said, no way. And he said, yeah. And there are some whose parents sign a release form that says you'll be locked up from 3 months to a year or until you recover. In other words, they decide when you get out. Then I looked over at that other room next door, and there was a window, and these dudes kind of figured out that I was thinking about escaping, and they said, honestly, don't even think about escaping, dude, because if they catch you, it's going to be worse. They'll beat your ass and your time will restart from zero. So I was just like, fuck. But the one telling me all this was the skinny, tall guy. And that dude said he had already been to jail. He said jail was really fucked up, the vagina and all of that. Stuff you hear about jail is true. Yeah, that dude said for vagina they can do a ton of shit to you, like having to clean the cell while they splash water on you, and you're in the middle of shit and a piss. You had to be kneeling in duck position and repeating out loud, quack, quack, I want steel again. And the dude said, you either got super ripped from all the exercise you did, or super skinny if you didn't eat well. So little by little, I resigned myself to being locked up in there. And yeah, it's really fucked up. Yeah, there were cigarettes inside, and sometimes they gave them to, or you, traded for them. What you drink in there is boiled water, which they call sock water, because it's just fucking boiled water with barely any tea. Since there are a shitload of inmates or annexados, the food and water isn't enough for everyone, so they have to ration it. Even though your family pays money for you to be in there and brings groceries and food, that food is never given to you. It always gets eaten by the padrinos, or the first or second of the annexo. The first of the annexo is supposed to be a guy who's been sober longer inside the group, whether he's fully locked in or media loose, and that guy is in charge of the whole annexo. And that is open soon. Got you chat. Untouched to Dasutobia. Then there's the Padrino Giat. There's always one or two Padrinos Giat, or more. Those guys are the ones who rented or own the house, and they designate a first and odd second of the annexo. The first has more responsibilities than the second, but the truth is those dudes take advantage of the service. The service is supposed to be taking care of others, but they abuse it. Because little by little I realized how they ate all the food families brought in. Delicious. The group servers, yeah, they ate the eggs, sausages, meat, and we were given nothing but spoiled food. And they'd also fuck the female annexadas. It was a total mess. Well, all of that I started realizing bit by bit. So for the bathroom, they only gave you like 1 gallon of water. That's like 3 scoops. 1, 2. Wet yourself. 2, to rinse the soap. And for bathing, you had like 5 minutes at most. They'd make you shower in a bathroom about 1 meter by 2, and they'd shove 5 or 6 naked dudes in there. There was one guy who controlled the water, and he was the one who gave you your gallon or your 3 scoops. Before showering, everyone had to get naked, and the same towel would be used by like 5 or 10 guys, so you could catch any disease you can imagine. It was degrading. Honestly, that first night I spent there, I wished it was all a nightmare, that it was just a dream. But the next day, when I woke up, I realized it wasn't a dream, it wasn't a nightmare, and I had to live it. There, the way they wake you up is by blasting music at full volume and shouting at 6 in the morning, Kamara Banda. We've arrived at Six Flags. Kamara Banda. We've arrived at the water park. Kamara Banda. We've arrived at the beach. So you're lying down and you wake up to those shouts and that music, drunk music, heartbreak music, and you're all fucked up emotionally, dealing with withdrawal, feeling like shit. 'Cause at bedtime it was chaos. There came a point where there were up to 60 men in that place, not counting the women, and there were so many of us that we didn't all fit. So the way to sleep was ass to ass. That is, your butt touching another guy's butt, and nobody could turn over because otherwise it was like you wanted to fuck him or penetrate him. And since there's a lot of gay guys inside, you had to always be watching out so no one would rape you. So you'd sleep ass to ass on your side like a little fish, and you could only sleep on your back if there was space. But if not, well, you had to sleep on your side and just deal with it. You only had 1 blanket on the floor and a piece of a board as a pillow, that's it. I should also say that when it was time to shower, there was a phrase they'd yell at us to hurry us up. They'd yell, Kamara Banda, do the action. Dick, head, and ass wash. Your dick, head, and ass only. So imagine having at most a gallon of water to bathe, less than 4 liters, with the pressure of everyone else watching. And then when someone entered the bathroom, they'd not say, Kamara fuckers, asses to the wall or I'll stab you. And since you were naked, you had to obey. You'd protect your ass. Why? Because there, they actually tried to rape me. One day, during a meeting, I asked permission to go up to the first floor to use the bathroom, because the men's bathroom was on the first floor. The women's bathroom was on the ground floor, but as a man, you weren't allowed in stealing short there. So I go upstairs, and when I walk into the bathroom, I see two dudes showering. One of them was Colito, the one I had already had tension with, the one in charge of the infirmary, and the other was a guy I didn't know, but turns out both of them already went out to work halfway through the day and always came back to sleep at the Annexo. So I open the door, and they say, "Come on in," and I go in, all normal, and him sitting on the toilet, and Colito grabs the door and closes it. And he tells me honestly, "We're gonna fuck you, dude." And I was like shocked, and he says to the other guy, who was also naked, right? "We're gonna fuck him, right?" And the other guy was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah," and stuff like that. And I was just like, damn sons of bitches. I thought, fuck no, if I let these sorry down the eye, then ugly bastards, they're gonna rape me. So I tried to open the fucking door, and the guys weren't letting me. Well, mostly Colito, the other guy was just kind of watching. And I said, "Get the fuck off me. Dude, I'm not gay, fuck off." And he said, "Nah, it's not about being gay, bro, we're gonna fuck you anyway." I said, "Fuck you." And honestly, I did think about punching him, but I thought, no, fuck that. First thing I have to do is get the fuck out of here. So I struggled with that dude to open the door for real, and finally I overpowered him and got the fuck out. I ran out all panic, bro. I swear, if I had let them, they really would have raped me, both of them. Because that's how it is, that's the truth. And when you're in there and don't have access to women, they'll go after whoever they think is the weakest. But by then, honestly, I had already done a shitload of exercise. I wasn't ripped as fuck, but I had stamina, so I knew I could defend myself. I wasn't all soft anymore like when I was in the clinic. I was already more hardened, you know. Yeah. So I went back downstairs to the meeting, and I didn't tell anyone. Later, I found out that Colito was with another dude that day, a guy well called El Kilo, clarifying that that's not his real name or nickname. Honestly, that's why I don't recommend people get into those groups, because all kinds of things can happen. You can get killed, raped, abused, over and over. So honestly, I don't recommend them. Like I said about the food, they'd only give us spoiled food. There was a place near the city where I was born, where they sold vegetables, fruit, and lots of food. People from the Annexo would go there to load and unload trailers so that vendors would give food donations for the inmates. But what they gave was sacks of rotten produce, rotten fruit, and vegetables. I learned that later. Inside the Annexo, they'd send you out to work with no pay, and the only payment was spoiled food. Also, at the place where the trailers were unloaded, they'd give you a pass so you could eat in the cafeteria, and that was your entire payment. So really, those groups are just for enslaving people. It's human trafficking. Like, the good part supposedly is that after a month and a half they let you out to work, but they collect the money for your labor, they exploit you, and they only pay you with 1 or 2 meals. One of those meals was decent, and the other was just more spoiled food. I'm telling you this because later on they sent us to work in a factory that made certain food products that belonged to a soccer player. Obviously, I can't say his name, and that soccer player later became a politician. Everyone already knows who I'm talking about. I don't need to say names, nicknames, where he played, or what political party he's in, because he's still in power. And that's why everything stays anonymous. I remember that before I reached a month and a half, I had to stay locked up, living the Annexo, living what everyone else lived. So I remember they gave us caldo de oso to eat. Caldo de oso is basically spoiled vegetables, no salt, no oil, no seasoning, nothing. The vegetables it had were like coyote, squash, tomato, onion, and 5 tortillas. Tortillas are eaten in many parts of the world basically a dough flattened and cooked on a commel made from corn. I remember that once in my caldo de oso there was a cockroach. When I saw that, I assumed it all out. I yet see that. On 9 West End, remembered one time my mom took us to a restaurant and cockroaches were falling from the ceiling into the soup. That time my mom took my sister and me there when we were little. The truth is, she did it because she didn't like spending money on us. My mom was always stingy. She didn't buy us food in the street. She'd tell us to shut up. She made us walk under the sun and dragged us along to her school. Paperwork because she was a vice principal at a middle school back then. And honestly, my sister and I hated that. So I remembered all that when I saw a cockroach in my caldo de oso. I told the padrino, the one who brought me there with my parents, that I wasn't going to eat it because it had a cockroach. And he goes and puts his hand in my caldo de oso, grabs the cockroach with his thumb and index finger by one of the legs, throws it out and says, "Now eat it. It's just a little cockroach." And in that moment I was like, no fucking way. How am I supposed to eat this shit with a fucking cockroach? Even if he took it out, fuck that disgusting fucking bullshit, fuck you. But all of that you could only think. You couldn't say it because if you did, they would probably leave you without food. And the truth is that what made you strong there were the tortillas. You had 3 meals a day, and in each meal they gave you 5 tortillas, meaning you ate 15 tortillas a day, plus all the rotten vegetables or rotten fruit, with water that was supposedly broth. And supposedly they also gave you a stew. But well, supposedly, once they gave us green beans with egg, but it was just damn green. Beans spoiled, and with very little egg. See, I mean, they say they do it so you appreciate things, but I feel they do it more to lower your morale, to break your psyche, to break your self-esteem or lower the ego you bring in and make you submit. Why? Because if it were equality, everyone would be treated the same, and yet it's not like that. Those who have been there longer always abuse those who have been there less, and the truth is that it's wrong. That's why these types of groups have been greatly perverted, and no one believes in them anymore because they are a bunch of sons of bitches. So you start noticing all these abuses and say, no way, what kind of recovery is this son of a bitch if all the damn food that the family brings for their relatives who are annexed, those who have been inside the annex the longest, are the ones who eat all that. And not to mention the money, because I think they charge the family about 2,000 or 2,500 units per person per week, meaning it's a damn extortion, son of a bitch. Really, all the double groups are all mafia-like, even the ones called Horai Media, which they nickname Horai Mierda. All are vulnerable. All are mafia-like. In all the groups where I have been, annexes of AA, groups of Horai Media, of AA, groups of the 4th and 5th step of AA, and also those I haven't mentioned, meaning the groups of Families Anonymous, the groups of Al-Anon, the groups of Codependents Anonymous, the groups of Neurotics Anonymous, the groups of compulsive eaters that also have as a base the Double A program and the 12 steps, and all the groups that have as a base Alcoholics Anonymous, all are perverted, and they only serve to emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, morally, and in every way they can mess you up. Imagine if you have 10 internees and you charge the family 2,500 for each one, you already have 25,000 units there. Now imagine when the annex was full and there were between 60 and 80 annexed. Really, the groups function like a miniature prison. That's the reality. The visit of the relatives is not given to you right away. It depends on how they see you. If they stand out, see you crying to leave, or that you want to escape, they don't give it to you. They don't give you a visit. And besides, During the visit, there is always someone listening from inside to inform the godfathers if you are misbehaving or revealing things from inside, and also to punish you if you are being a snitch. The only visits I had there were from my dad. My mom was with her damn act that she didn't love me anymore and didn't love me, and that I was to blame for her entire miserable life. And well, she was always a bitch. At first, the truth is, they didn't want to give me services to clean the living room or clean the bathroom or things like that, because supposedly the godfather in charge of that house had seen me cry, and that's why he saw me as unstable, and that's why they couldn't trust me. Talking about the meetings, well, from 6 in the morning until 12 at night, there were double meetings. You can imagine how tired your ass gets because you sit on small plastic stools. But your ass hurts a lot, so imagine these 18 hours sitting almost daily, or rather daily. You are sitting for 18 hours because you also eat sitting down. You can only stand up to go to the bathroom. You can only stand up when you go to bathe, but well, they bathe everyone in a group. It's tough. It's tough to be there inside, really. Apart from the sock water that was supposedly chamomile tea or lemon tea, it was really just boiled water. There was also coffee, but well, the coffee was also very bad. There, the only ones who gave you things from outside were the godmothers or godfathers who came to take their meeting. What happens is that from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening, there are only double meetings where the annexed have to go up to the podium. And from 6 in the evening to 12 at night, the godfathers and godmothers who come from outside and do not live in the annex arrive and give you cigarettes, or sometimes they give you cookies, or whatever they give you. Well, the truth is that you appreciate it a lot. Despite the fact that there are women inside, if you as a man feel like your testosterone rises a lot or not, because you are no longer consuming drugs or alcohol, and you start to wake up to the reality of the real world, which is harsh. But within that harshness, sexual desire awakens a lot. That's why many annexed end up sleeping with annexed women, and then they go to live their useful and happy life. And in the end, both return alcoholized and drugged to be annexed again. Just as there are people accustomed to living in prison and being supported in prison, there are also people who make a modus vivendi of the annex or the double groups. As they say, you get used to everything as long as you are mediocre. There were people who preferred to be there inside because everything was supposedly free. There were women and men who had relapsed so many times in those groups that in the end, they no longer had to pay anything. In other words, since their families no longer gave any money, they would go and annex themselves and didn't have to pay anything. So they had it easy, but were locked up. To be honest with you, I didn't feel like quitting drugs. The only thing I wanted to do was not live like that. For me, it was hell. Just as I'm telling you about the negative things about those places, I also have to recognize the positive things. The positive things are that I did appreciate food a lot, and I appreciated the freedom to do whatever you want, because the worst thing someone can feel is losing their freedom. And in there, you lose it. I heard many stories about prison, many. But that made me reflect and calm down, thinking that I didn't want to end up in prison. I didn't want to end up in a mental hospital or lose a limb in an accident and end up in the hospital. The truth is that there are stories inside that are very, very harsh compared to the depth of suffering with which one arrives. That doesn't mean that your depth of suffering is useless. Your depth of suffering is like when you really use it to your advantage. Imagine it's like a trampoline where you've gone down too far. You're at the bottom of the well, but if you use the trampoline or your depth of suffering well, it's like a button you press that has a spring and bounces you upwards, but you have to have a change in attitudes and aptitudes. Look, I can tell you that there I saw people arrive in a moribund state. I remember a man who arrived and had his entire skin yellow as well as his eyes, but it was yellow like in the cartoons, the one called Tweety, the canary, a yellow similar to the yolk of an egg, and the man obviously had his liver destroyed. That's why the man already looked yellow, meaning he had already gotten hepatitis from alcoholism, and I imagine his kidneys as well. His eyes looked injected with red veins, and looked very grotesque, yellow with red veins and his eye. But the most grotesque and terrifying thing was that when you asked the man how he felt, the man would tell you he felt great. The man would tell you he felt good. The man would tell you he wanted to go home. But what home, what feeling good? What the hell if the man was about to die? No way, I mean, and the man who had tricked me into annexing myself, the one who met my parents, would tell me, look, dude, look how those guys arrive. You think you're more of a pothead and stuff, but later you can become an alcoholic, or rather you're already an alcoholic. I mean, if you're an alcoholic and your skin and eyes turn yellow, it's called jaundice, which indicates that your liver is failing and could be due to cirrhosis, alcoholic hepatitis, or both at the same time. In the end, they let the yellow man go home because the man was really going to die, and they didn't want that trouble in the annex. I also remember a man who was an alcoholic and was one of those street drunks who stay lying on the street, and he had an attack. I mean, alcoholics can have several types of attacks. One is delirium tremens, which is when an alcoholic person stops drinking suddenly after having drunk a lot for a deceptive and prolonged time. The symptoms can be hallucinations, either seeing or hearing things that don't exist, severe tremors, extreme confusion, agitation, anxiety, paranoia, fever, intense sweating, convulsions. In the most severe cases, it can cause death if not treated. That's one. There are also convulsive crises due to withdrawal. Here, they give you between 6 to 48 hours after stopping drinking abruptly. You can have the following symptoms: convulsions similar to epilepsy, which are muscle jerks and loss of consciousness. It can be a single convulsion or several in a row. There is almost never any warning. You can see that the person is fine, calm, but suddenly they fall to the floor and start biting their tongue, and if you don't hold their teeth, they can bite off their tongue and end up dying from bleeding. There is also another called hepatic encephalopathy, which occurs in alcoholics with advanced cirrhosis. The symptoms can be disorientation, incoherent speech, extreme drowsiness, loss of consciousness, slow or clumsy movements. In severe cases, there are many syndromes, like 5, but I remember this man a lot because, man, right now that I'm telling you this, it hurts a lot to remember it, to remember his eyes, how he fell to the floor and started biting his tongue, and his eyes were bulging, all red, and his pupils very dilated, and the fur. Man looked at you with a lot of fear, but also with a lot of desperation. I mean, through his gaze, the man transmitted his fear, all his hallucinations that he was experiencing in that alcohol withdrawal attack, and besides, he was biting his tongue. Right now that I'm telling you, I'm crying because it still hurts how I saw a human being that I didn't know, that I had known for a maximum of a month, and I wanted to help him, but I didn't know what to do, because we were all calm. And suddenly the man threw himself on the floor, and then we all made a circle around him. And he stood to man, as he go out and was lying on his back screaming, but he could only scream. Ah! And the man couldn't pronounce any word. I mean, he could barely scream before biting his tongue, because once he started biting his tongue, those who had been there longer started pushing us, the ones who had been there less time and didn't know what to do. They told us, hey, don't look him in the eyes, don't look him in the eyes, and you didn't know why they told you that. You didn't know what was happening. The only thing you wanted was for the person, the man, not to die. At that moment, it was the first time in my life that I felt what it was like to want to help a person you don't know and want to save them just because they are human, regardless of their past. I had never felt that before, but I thought, no way, don't be an idiot. How horrible this situation is. And at that moment they put a flip-flop in his mouth and stopped him, several of them, so he wouldn't hit his head against the floor because otherwise he would kill himself. I was in shock. I didn't know what was happening. I mean, it caught me completely off guard. And I tell you again, not to make a big drama, but right now that I'm so telling you this, obviously no one knows who I am. But I know who I am, and I know what I've lived through, and I know what I've felt. Believe me, I'm crying again. It's a very painful chapter of my life that I rarely talk about. But honestly, I feel that experience left me traumatized. Why do I say it left me traumatized? Because even though many years have passed, experienced this when I was 19 years old, and now I'm over 30, almost 15 years later, I remember that man's gaze. It transmits fear, desperation, desolation to me. Scientifically and medically, they are hallucinations caused by alcohol. However, I can assure you that when you are consuming drugs or alcohol, you are dealing with demons. And as soon as you mess up or your body becomes weak, your mind, your spirit, or wine, even if you don't become weak, it will come back to haunt you. The bill for that man was to descend into hell every time addicts or alcoholics have an attack. For me, it's like descending into hell. It's as if God gives you a little taste of the bad stuff you're going to keep doing. Oh, what the hell is wrong with you? Because I can help you and listen to everything you want. But if I see that you want, are lukewarm, that you are a liar, that you don't keep your promises to yourself, much less will you keep them to me. God doesn't ask you for anything. The only thing he asks for is honesty, but after honesty, humility also comes along, which is recognizing how shitty, how bad I am, and also recognizing the good I have in front of God, in front of myself, in front of another person. Look, I'm not saying that everything that happens in the groups is bad. It left me with some very tough, very, very tough lessons. I didn't understand why they told me not to look him in the eyes. Later, explained to me that when an alcoholic has attacks, you shouldn't look them in the eyes because the delirium they have can be passed on to you. It's as if they contagious you with the delirium tremens they are experiencing. For example, many also feel itching when they are in delirium, or feel like spiders or ants are crawling on them and start screaming. So, if you keep looking them in the eyes, it's as if there is a portal in the eyes. The eyes are a portal, the portal of the soul. So you see how their soul is suffering and you get impacted. I mean, what really happens is that you get impacted, and it's as if a portal passes through your eyes and you start to feel the itching, feel like spiders and ants are crawling on you. I personally didn't feel that, but everyone says that. But what I did feel was the hell that the man was living. Why, shouting at Eric 16, chow. It's something that you really can't explain. In there and wherever there are people consuming substances or doing bad things, there are. It's feeding on that. That's the truth. Let's stop messing around, because there are many guys who say, I can consume, and there's no problem. I'm functional. Sure, Dad, up to a certain point. Oh, well, but there's only a trial of nice, then speak, heard already. There will come a time when the bubble will burst, and the longer it takes to burst the bubble, the bigger the fall will be. So get your act together, because, honestly, this damn disease is really tough. As they say, if we are sick in the soul, we have a spiritual and emotional void, low self-esteem, a very big ego, which is a false personality. And we also have many other false personalities. But that doesn't mean you're going to be worthless forever. When you put in the effort and have support, that's what I've seen. I know which you did it. I don't shouting and tell. I am no child. No one is to blame for ending up in addictions or alcoholism. We all carry that spiritual void and low self-esteem, and from there everything else is provoked. Those who are wrathful and hate and kill and do a lot of violent things, behind all that there is only fear, fueled by insecurities, low self-esteem and spiritual void. And you know what the problem is. Both prisons and out here are full of those people. We are not guilty, but we are responsible from today onwards for the awareness of each of our actions. Now, when you change the word guilt to responsibility, it gives it another vibe. I don't know if the guys I was locked up with are still alive, but to all those who listen to this, I really send you a hug. I love you very much for everything we lived through in there, and may God bless you, and may you live in Christ. Because without Christ, life is not life. Without God, life is not life, and above all, because at the hour of death, we have to give an account. Everything is paid for in this life. But the thing is not to arrive up there without debts, because then it will really be worthless. I also remember another man, well, basically the age I am now. I remember a man arrived, very dirty, an indigene, a street person, also one of those who stay lying on the street. He arrived with very long hair and beard, looked like a castaway and smelled really bad. They nicknamed him Lobito, Little Wolf. That man gave us a lot of tenderness, because we saw him at his worst moments. It was also very harsh, very tough to see the decay of this person, and see how he also had hallucinations. He didn't have attacks like the other man I told you about, who threw himself on the floor. We had to wrap Lobito in a blanket, not to hit him, but so he wouldn't hurt himself if he had an attack, because Lobito was very cool. He was a calm man. A very humble man, very respectful, despite being an alcoholic. I think that man was there for a maximum of a month, and he came from years of being a street indigene. At this part of the story is where I started to experience things that I really can't explain. The only thing I can say is that the demon exists. I remember that when Lobito arrived, I had been there for about a month, and a guy had arrived with a name similar to mine, also a biblical name, because I haven't said it, but I have a name that comes from the Bible. This guy came from a heavy neighborhood, the heaviest from where I was born in East and this guy was crazy. He was 17 years old, but was super hyper. This guy had been in the army and practiced Santeria. He had tried to commit suicide several times, even had a closure in his belly. When I say a closure, I mean they opened his stomach to save him, meaning they took out his guts and saved him, because the guy had jumped from the roof, and a rod had pierced the middle of his body, his belly, and the guy was left there, impaled in the middle, and they took him out, and the guy managed to save his life by the work of God. When this guy arrived, we started to get along well, and started to have a lot of trust between the two of us. They even confused us because we were always together, and with this guy I also lived through many things. The point is that this guy and I, who have biblical names, when Lobito arrived, they put us in charge of taking care of him at night. I mean, they took turns, so that when you had to take care of someone at night, the next day they let you sleep longer, and you didn't go to meetings because you were taking care of the alcoholics or drug addicts who arrived at the infirmary. And you had to take care that they didn't escape. Didn't separate, didn't commit suicide, didn't hit someone, didn't try to kill someone, or didn't drink alcohol, because in there we had 96 alcohol, the one used for wounds. That alcohol is used, well, you have to give it to people so they don't reach the level of an attack. I mean, the attack from alcoholism comes because the alcohol in your blood, in your organism, drops very quickly. So, since your body, your nervous system is already addicted to alcohol when they take away the substance, it's something really tough because your own body asks for more alcohol, despite knowing that it's going to hell. You can no longer stop drinking alcohol. That's why I tell you alcohol means spirits. I don't need to explain anything else. The truth is that alcohol puts you in a very complicated I know many will say that what I'm going to say is nonsense, but it's the pure truth. The pure truth is that when you drink alcohol, your soul leaves your body because your soul doesn't like to be intoxicated with that shit. So imagine that's why in bars and all those places where there are a lot of alcoholics and also drug addicts, there are many fights, many deaths. Why? Because when your soul leaves your body when you drink alcohol, your body is left like a plane without a pilot, a car without a driver. That makes you an easy target for a damn demonic possession. That's the damn truth. And all those who have lived through that shit in their own flesh or have seen it will agree with me. That's why there are many alcoholics and addicts who do bad things, and when they regain consciousness, they deny having done them because, in reality, it wasn't them. It was the entities that entered their bodies. It turns out that we had to take care of Lobito at night. This guy and I, we were there watching TV, sitting at the foot of the bed where the person's feet were. In this case, Lobito, the annexed who were in charge of the kitchen, would bring us 1 to 3 pieces of bread each and the supposed tea, which was more like sock water, meaning it was water with very little tea flavor, chamomile, mint, or lemon tea. So the kitchen guys would come down, bring us the food, and leave us alone again with Lobito. Everyone else was asleep. It was about, I think, 3 in the morning. It's going to sound cliché, but many of these things happen at 3:33 in the morning, because it's the opposite hour to when Jesus Christ died, which is 3 in the afternoon. For this I have to make a parenthesis because days before we had seen how Lobito had hallucinations, and we heard how sometimes when you passed by the bathroom and passed in front of his bed, he would see you and start saying, "Are you my mom? Mom, why do you have me tied?" Lobito in his hallucinations saw his mom, and also said he saw giant spiders, like the mutant tarantulas from the video game Resident Evil. That's how he said he saw them, and you, just in the end, stood there thinking, damn, it must be really bad what this guy is seeing. I really didn't understand very well what was going on, but inside the annex there had also arrived a kid who was 12 years old. Imagine a 12-year-old kid locked up with a bunch of guys who had been in prison, ex-military. I think there were even rapists, killers, thieves. That kid didn't have to be there, but his parents, Sue, had annexed him because, well, the kid, I don't know, maybe he was very rebellious. When he went up to the podium, he didn't identify as an alcoholic or drug addict. He identified as an emotionally sick person, and this is the truth. Behind all our consumption, we are emotionally sick. So we called this kid Chiculadas because there was a kids program where only children appeared, and this guy was 12 years old. I mean, damn, with what I just said, you all know what country I'm from and what's up, okay? This kid told me that this guy was possessed, that Lobito was really not having delusions, that the guy was seeing another damn dimension, or who knows what the hell, and I think it is like that. I mean, when you're with alcohol or drugs, you can see beyond the veil. The thing is that you're going to see all kinds of shit, pure spiritual cockroaches, damn it. Chiculadas taught me many things. That showed that they see what, and you said and attached to I addressed it. I learned a lot from that kid. What I learned the most from him was strength. I learned the same shit, but about it. hit him hard, and the guy endured it. It didn't hurt him because his dad always beat him, so the kid had become tough. And despite being 12 years old, he would exercise with me or with us, but really, many didn't exercise. There were weights, but the most you could do was push-ups, squats, calisthenics, and that kid kept up with me, and we bathed with cold water and exercised like real warriors. That's what I appreciate the most about that guy. And if you're listening to this, well, a greeting, buddy. And I hope you're well, buddy, and God bless you. Well, going back to Lobito, that night, I already had all this context that I just told you. So Lobito wouldn't stop talking, even though we had already wrapped him up like a little burrito in a blanket, and he was lying down, so he wouldn't hit his head. And we were also taking care that he wouldn't roll over. We couldn't sleep because it was our responsibility to take care of this guy. So Lobito suddenly starts talking again about his mom and about seeing spiders and about why we have him tied up if we don't want him anymore. If we are his mom because we have him tied up and all kinds of nonsensical things. But what we didn't expect, damn it, is that suddenly a crucifix fell on the headboard of the bed. There was a crucifix, but the crucifix was hanging from a nail that was well nailed into the wall. And the crucifix was never touched by anyone. It was at a considerable height. No one could touch that crucifix unless you got on the bed and lowered it from there. No one touched it, also out of respect, because you get angry at Jesus Christ nailed to the cross. Well, I don't know how to change that word. So while Lobito was in his hallucinations, suddenly he grabs, and the crucifix falls. Then this guy and I looked at each other and said, "What the hell, man, and damn, let's check it out." We said, no, the nail broke. The nail didn't break. It fell from the wall. No, let's see, and no, the nail was well nailed in, and I couldn't take it out with my fingers. We were left like, damn, don't be an idiot. What's up with this shit? And then the logical brain thinks, well, the little cord that held the crucifix broke. Alrighty. So we pick up the crucifix, and when we see it, we see that the cord was not broken. Then this guy and I were left looking and said, damn, don't be an idiot. Why did it scare us so much? Because that meant that someone or something had lifted the crucifix, had taken out the little cord and let it fall. And since the two of us were taking care of Lobito and never took our eyes off the wall where the crucifix was nailed, and we saw that no one touched it because everyone was asleep, at that moment we realized that there was something more there. I can tell you that in those places, many things like that or inexplicable things happen. For example, also at night when we were all lying down, I tell you, ass to ass, side by side, like damn sardines, the bathroom door, which was made of heavy metal, even though the bottom part was rusted, it was heavy metal, metal like the grey-painted ones. But it's metal like the ones they used to make in schools before. Those damn doors. Well, that damn door at night was like playing, as if something or someone was moving it and playing with the hinge, and there was no air current because all the windows were closed. And besides being closed, they had newspapers so that nothing could be seen from the outside, and there was no air at all. And then at night, you would stand up and see how the damn door moved, and you would say, what the hell? You almost wanted to ask the others if they were seeing the same thing you were seeing, and other very strange things like that. Even though the meeting room was on the ground floor, and all the men slept on the first floor. Sometimes in the early morning, very often you could hear how a meeting started at night, but it was no one. Because when a meeting starts in AR, what is done with the bell is not really to call everyone's attention. What the bell does is that with the sound, it really cleans the environment. I mean, double a meeting is really like a spiritual mass, right? That's why the meetings open and close with the sound of the bell, to clean the environment, open the portal of the meeting, which lasts an hour and a half or 3 hours, depending on the meeting. And when it's over, they clean the environment again and close the portal with the sound, because remember that the vibrations produced by fear, sound produced by the music, depending on how high or low they are, will take you where you tend to go. Those who believe in hell in the lower astral will go there, will go to the soup. Or if you are vibrating higher, you will go higher. Not at that moment, because really in the meeting, it is something spiritual. The truth is that this thing really has something that you can't explain. That's why, even though I tell you all the bad things about the groups, I also tell you the good things. If you want to go to a group or it's your need, do it. The truth is, don't believe me. Just go. Warned about everything I'm telling you. And when they start to attack you, have envy. You will also know how to sort out all that shit. It is said that all kinds of things happen there, because there are also people who have died there, and also so many people who come and go in and out. It's a lot of energy, emotions, thoughts, actions, a lot of things. Lobito stayed there for a while. I think he lasted a maximum of a month and a half, and when they shaved him, they cut his hair. The truth is that he did change his face, but the problem was that his family, seeing him already recovered, according to them, took him away, even though all the godfathers told them not to take him away, because Lobito was still in delusions. I mean, Lobito was in delusions for more than a month. The entire say he's still left under hallucinations, and that is very dangerous, because you can hurt yourself, hurt someone else, or kill yourself when you have the damn attack. That caused us a lot of sadness, because we saw how Lobito arrived and all that. But, well, you can't do anything. You are not a family member of theirs, and I think that even if you were a family member, Lobito also, within the disease, or rather within the delirium, the guy decided to leave. So may God bless him. Now this guy with whom I was taking care of Lobito, the kid I told you about who was 17 years old and was very hyper, well, as I told you, this guy had been in the army for 2 years. His family had put him there. The guy had handled weapons. He was a tough guy. He was a guy I compared myself to, and I said, damn, this kid is 17 years old and is already more damn experienced than me, who is 19. And, well, whether you like it or not, it was like, well, really, he's the one who has to teach me. Not me to him. I don't know shit. And this guy had already been in out-of-series annexes. The out-of-series annexes are where they already hit you hard. They make you kneel on metal bottle caps for loot. Example, from soda bottles, before glass bottles, and there are still some that have bottle caps. They make you kneel on bottle caps and put your knees there for up to 3 days, 5 days, until you faint from hunger or exhaustion from not sleeping. It's really tough there in the out-of-series annexes. There are many types of torture there. For example, there is a torture where they also dress. You as a woman shave you, take all your hair off. They pass the hair-cutting machine with the 0 setting and leave you completely bald. Or they also take off your eyebrows, take them off, and then what they do is dress you as a woman. Then they take you and put chili on your whole head and where your eyebrows were. And imagine then, dressed as a woman, they put slippers on you and put you in a front of everyone, exhibiting and mocking you. They place you in the space that is between the podium and the desk where the meeting coordinator is, and they make you stand there. They also paint your mouth, dress you as a woman, paint you as a woman, and make you carry potato sacks of up to 50 kilos with your arms stretched out. And be careful not to lower the damn sack, or they will hit you hard. And there they torture you until you faint, which is like between 3 to 5 days, depending on your resistance, how stubborn you are, how attached you are to things or to your truth. And there they have you. Why do I tell you this? Because, well, it's what I heard from guys with that kind of experience, and this 17-year-old guy, who was a military man, already had all that experience. Had been in one of the heaviest double annexes in the city where I was born. So this guy had several Santeria necklaces. Was down, they see, no, put it after to down. Obviously, no one could touch those necklaces but him. What I'm going to tell you, I know that everyone will tell me to go to hell, but unless my eyes deceive me, which I don't believe, because that's why God gave us 5 senses and our 6th sense, the little wolf, this guy would take off his necklaces, and on one necklace he had 3 skulls. This guy said that this necklace was really a work. I mean, I'm not an expert in Santeria or anything like that. I respect everyone's beliefs. The truth is, until that moment, I didn't believe any of that. Not that I believed in darkness and all that. But as much as what this guy said that this necklace, each of those skulls represented the spirit of a deceased person, meaning he could communicate with those 3 spirits of deceased people. And those dead people helped him, protected him, took care of him, told him what to do. The spirits advised him. And the truth is something I didn't believe until I saw it with my own eyes. But this guy would take off the necklace with the 3 skulls, and the guy would enclose them in his 2 hands. Then we would smoke a cigarette, a normal cigarette. And this guy would take it and say to me, look, my son, check out what's going to happen. And I would stay looking, and the guy would take it and smoke, pull the smoke from the cigarette, and then what he would do is, with his hands closed and obviously with the necklace of 3 skulls inside, his 2 hands, like in the shape of a little cave or a seashell, the guy would take it and blow the smoke through a little hole and keep his hands closed. And I would stay like, what the hell? And now, what is this guy doing? Then the guy would open his hands, and you won't believe me, but the smoke would stay in the necklace, meaning you could see the smoke from the outside, but the smoke wouldn't leave the necklace or his hands. I mean the dead, the 3 dead or 3 spirits of the dead that he brought, smoked. It's as if they had lungs, and that's why when he blew the smoke, they would pull it, and the 3 skulls would smoke. First time I saw that, I was stunned. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know if I should be afraid of this guy, or move away from him, or what the hell. I didn't know if it was okay to talk to him, because I thought, damn, what if this guy later fights with me, and then does some witchcraft or kills me? I don't know. The truth is that unknown things should be respected and also feared, and not to get into that, nor, as he said, don't touch my necklaces because they protect me, but they will fuck you up. And then I realized that those 3 skulls were alive. They were real spirits that in life liked to smoke, and he would blow the smoke, which was like, I don't know, feed them, give them something, give them a little taste of what they could no longer have. The truth is, I respect everyone's beliefs. I don't criticize anything. I'm just telling you what I lived, what I felt, what I experienced. And the truth is that, just as light exists, darkness exists. I also remember very well that there was a time when they already let me go out when I had been there for about a month and a half, and I worked for a while with a guy who had also been annexed and was also in a halfway house, and they let him go to work and return to sleep at the annex. It turns out that later, this guy with whom I clicked in a meeting we had at the annex, well, this guy already wanted to cut the meeting because the meeting was lasting too long. And everyone said they were sleepy. Not everyone, but this guy already wanted to go to sleep. And as in those times, the annex was very full. Even the women would come up to have meetings with us upstairs because sometimes they couldn't downstairs. So he couldn't sleep. And then something happened, like this guy already wanted to sleep, and he was on the podium. He was the ex-military of 17 years old, who obviously I can't say his name because he is a guy who, if he listens to this podcast, I also send him greetings. But as far as I know, this guy is still in trouble and still doing business. You know what kind of business. So I don't want problems with anyone. I respect him. And, she just tell what I lived and don't give his real name or his nickname. So this guy, the 17-year-old military man, told him to go to hell. Told him, no, you. What the hell? How are you going to get down from the podium if I'm here saying what hurts? Son of a bitch. And if you want, we can fight. And Dan, the other guy, was over 30 years old, and this guy, the 17-year-old military man, didn't. Tremble. Tremble. This guy has some big balls. He didn't care about dying. I mean, since this guy had been close to death on 2 or several occasions, this guy didn't care about anything. I can tell you that. This guy, the ex-military of 17 years old, well, he didn't exercise, but he had some damn strong legs, as if he did leg weights. But he had gained that muscle because he was on a bicycle all day for years. He was on a pure bicycle. Even some guys would get a bit effeminate or just pure gossip. They would tell him that from the legs and buttocks, he looked like an old woman and that they wanted to fuck him. And this guy would tell them to go to hell because this guy had been raped as a child. He would tell it, and from there this guy became a son of a bitch. I mean, he didn't become a shared. Shouldn't I should she's and become a bitch. Right, may varies the child. This cheapest stat on. He became very violent, and well, yes, with good reason. The truth is that this guy sang to the other guy who doubled his age. The other guy didn't dare. And then this guy, the ex-military and all, 17 years old, took it out on him. And what it out I did, and when he got down from the podium, I said to him, "What's up, buddy? What's happening now?" Because the thing was like that. He told me nothing. Fuck his mother. I'm going to fuck him up here. And the ex-military of 17 years old told me, "How much longer is this guy going to be here? Something is going to happen to him." I said, "Damn, buddy." He told me, "Yes, buddy, for real. I already entrusted him to the fucking dead I bring here on my neck, and this guy is going to be fucked." Well, I was just left like, damn, this guy is crazy, and I'm not lying to you. Something did happen to this guy. The only thing we knew was that the guy didn't go to the group anymore and just fucked off, abandoned everything, and fuck his mother. I think he relapsed later, and well, for me, that was another confirmation that he did talk to the dead he carried on his neck, and that they also did favors for him. It was like an agreement. Those who know about this will understand better. I lived many things that were a little more than 3 months, I think, but the movie was indeed intense. Later, this guy, the ex-military of 17 years old, who had his necklace with 3 Santeria skulls when they stopped letting them go out. Well, this guy returned to his neighborhood. And well, this guy would get into fights anywhere. He loved to fight. I died 9 times at shores. Think that being military, the kid already had a very tough mentality. I remember that the guy would go out, and when he returned, he would tell me, "Damn, my son, I just fucked up 3 guys. And I would say, "Damn," and he would say, "Yes, buddy," and he would show me his knuckles. And damn, he had marks from teeth, from hitting some guy's teeth, and he had marks on his knuckles from their teeth. And I said, "Damn, this guy is telling the truth." And this guy, the truth is, from the first time he went out and returned, well, this guy smoked weed. No, this guy was really something else. I mean, this guy said that being very high, taking mushrooms, he had killed a guy. He told me that when he consumed a dose of mushrooms, the damn demon would get into him, and this guy would he would lose his memory for a while. And when he woke up, that time, the guy had already stabbed another guy with a tube, one of those rectangular ones used for the market stalls, or those like street markets where they put the stalls with tarps and support them with those long, square, closed metal tubes. But they are tubes. So he tells me that time, he had already killed a guy, and then this guy's family made him stop so he wouldn't end up in jail. And more than anything, so he wouldn't end up in jail, right? And the guy was very hyper. I mean, the truth is, I saw him, and I felt like I was living and seeing a damn live movie. The truth is, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I remember that this guy, and also on one of those outings he had, and that time he found those guys and returned with all his knuckles marked with teeth from those guys. That day, this guy, when he entered the annex, greeted me. I think that day I hadn't gone out, or if I had only gone to work to bring spoiled food to the annex. So this guy enters and tells me, "Come, my son, I'm going to tell you what just happened to me." And we went up, and he told me, and he says, "Look what I have here," and then suddenly he takes it out. Well, this guy was wearing jeans, and the guy was armed. I mean, the guy took out a damn revolver, or at least that. The guy had a revolver tucked in the front at the height of his penis and testicles. I remember very well that the revolver was like this. The handle was wooden. It really looked cool, kind of dark, not like chromed. It was kind of dark on the metal part. It was really cool. It was a cool Norma. And I said, "Damn, you're crazy." And I told him, "Damn, guy, you're really crazy." And the guy just kept looking at me and laughing. I mean, like the guy saw it as a simple mischief. But the guy already had another mentality. Really there for me. And even now that I'll tell you, it takes my breath away, buddy. Really, for me at that moment, it was just at that moment. I mean, everything I was living, guy, for me, it was a damn clash of worlds, a damn reality shock. I said, "Damn, what's up?" I mean, you were in a controlled environment, right? By the Godfathers and all the mess. But despite that, it was like living everything very fast, or rather, seeing how everyone lives very fast, and that at any moment, in any sigh, in any blink, you can lose your life. And I said, "Damn, these guys are really tough here in the neighborhood. I mean, compared to our rehabilitation clinic, and compared to the annex. Well, I already told you what I lived in the clinic. And the truth is, I did suffer, and they did humiliate me. But here in the annex, it was different. Because I don't know if it's because the government is not involved. Well, for me, that's it. Since there is no governmental authority, what really rules those places is the law of the gang. Why do I tell you this? Because also if we saw that a guy wanted to bring you down, wanted to hit you, or wanted to go too far with someone weaker, we would stop him and say, "Dan, go too far, guy. I mean, Dan, this guy is younger than you. He's weaker. So better you and I fight," or the other guy, and the ex-military of 17 years old would tell us to go to hell, and even answered back to the Godfathers, and the Godfathers would measure themselves with this guy, because this guy was crazy, and they knew that he also came from a family of military men who had exclusive use of the army's weapons and didn't care about life, and came from the toughest neighborhood. Well, not the toughest neighborhood, but the toughest neighborhood. You all already know which neighborhood I'm talking about. Later, I'm sure I don't need to say the name. And the truth is that everyone measured themselves with this guy, because they also knew that with just hits, this guy could kill someone. I mean, remember looking at his knuckles, and this son of a bitch had a lot of calluses. I mean, you would say, damn, and this guy hits me. He's going to dislocate my jaw or even break it. So for me, this kid, because of the name he had a lot of protection. He had the name of an angel. The truth is, I won't say more. There are many angels, archangels, all that. It's the name of an archangel. You're in Zeris. I've always felt that names define you because I also won't say my name. But I feel that my name, since it comes from a noble character in the Bible, I feel that has helped me a lot. And also there, with this guy, I feel that's why we identified with each other because, well, I was always sincere. I was always honest. I always said what I knew how to do, what I didn't know how to do, what I had done, what I hadn't done, what I wanted to do, and what I didn't want to do, and also what I wanted to do and what I didn't want to do. So I just looked around at how everything was happening, but I was also more into that. But something inside me told me, just observe, man. Don't get into trouble with anyone. However, I did have some issues in there. I remember when I was there with withdrawal syndrome, I was going to fight with a guy. All this that I'm telling you happened before this guy, with the name of an archangel from the Bible, arrived. And this guy, since he hadn't arrived yet, I was alone. I mean, I felt that if I had a problem with someone in there, I had to sort it out myself. So, whether you like it or not, at 6 in the morning when they made us get up, I would start doing push-ups and all that, and everyone was watching. And I thought, well, Dan, it's better that I finish exercising for whatever I want to see. At least they see that I can defend myself, that I have, some strength. And then a guy who smoked crack arrived. This guy was really incorrigible. Imagine he was like Chucky on drugs, incorrigible, but a pain in the ass because he complained about everything. And the guy wanted to start bossing everyone around, telling them what to do. And Dan, the kid, was really high, really skinny. He had like, I don't know, 50 kilos of meat. The guy weighed a maximum of 60 kilos, but he was like 70. You can imagine how damn skinny he looked. So one day we were on the first floor, doing the cleaning, the chores, right? And this kid was just sitting there complaining, saying a bunch of nonsense like, come on, guys, hurry up. I already want to lie down and sweep well, damn it, and mop well, and scrub well, and a bunch of bunts. Damn nonsense. So the truth is that I started to get intolerant, man. I said, damn this guy, what's up? Does he feel good, damn it? I thought, and the truth is that I can tell you that I didn't even think about it, and something inside me just exploded. I didn't rationalize it. Everything I tell you, I thought. I really first felt it, and then thought about it. But first I acted. So I go up to the kid and tell him, damn, what's up with you, man? Do you feel good? Damn it, coming to boss everyone around, guy? Get up, guy, because you were sitting on a bunk bed. He tells me, well, what? About you, guy. I'm not telling you anything. I tell him, no, man, but damn, it was really cool there sitting, guy, telling us all how to move things, guy, how to sweep, how to mop. Well, I'll damn you. Also get to work, guy, my son. Come on, guy, who are you? I tell him, here, I'm nobody, buddy, but also, damn, don't feel so cool coming to tell us what to do. And damn if he starts making a damn, and that's so, I see, there's a little, and here's, commotion, the classic damn circle that starts to form, and everyone looking like, what's up, guy? Are they going to fight, or what's up? But the truth is that in there, since there are no distractions, well, the truth is that when two guys want to fight in there, the truth is that no one is going to interfere unless you see that a guy is going to lose, or is very skinny, is a kid, or that the other guy wants to abuse him. Then everyone jumps in. But when it's a fair fight, like two guys who are more or less equal, the truth is that no one interferes. And so we were already like squaring up. And the truth is that I did want to hit the guy, but I mean, I see him now and I exploded. Guy, because I already had withdrawal syndrome. I was very intolerant. It was really hot. Because that damn confinement, that damn annex, I was there in the hot season, Guy, like in spring. And damn, the heat is the main pretext to fight, Guy. But sometimes nothing happens just because it's hot. They start hitting each other. So you were already with the damn excitement. I mean, I'm not telling you I wasn't afraid. I was afraid. Guy, damn, that's how it always is when you're going to fight. You feel fear, but I already felt the damn adrenaline, and I said, well, fuck his mother, damn it, because I couldn't stand being there anymore, Guy. I mean, I was already fed up with being locked up, Guy, and that, well, relatively, it wasn't that much time, although, well, being in there every day feels like a damn eternity. So I think we were about to throw some hits, and I thought, well, the truth is, if I hit this guy, he looks really skinny. He doesn't look like he smokes crack, but he's also bony. The damn bone also hurts. That's what hurts. And then we were here, but the guy was still really locked up from the crack, I mean, because the damn jaw of this guy, I moved it from one side to the other. It creaked, the jaw. And that's when you realize they're locked up from cocaine or crack. And then we were almost about to start fighting when a guy arrived who was the first in the annex. At that time, it was another kid, a dark-skinned one. He told me, what's up? Skinny? What's going on, damn it? I told him, well, it's just that this guy is really fucking with everyone. Like he's the one who moves the whole place, damn it. And he said, calm down, guys. Don't fight, damn it. Because if there's an application, damn it, an application is a punishment. And then they didn't separate us. Well, they didn't separate us. They just separated us. I went to another place and that guy stayed there. And that guy said, well, I wasn't doing anything. I was just gossiping. And that guy arrived there like he was really crazy. And the truth is that I feel like I did get hooked, but it was like my mind was already saying, fuck your mother. I need a damn stress relief. Let's go fuck this guy up. But I had never fought before, man, except, well, as a kid behind a church, but at my first communion, which is something I also hadn't told you about, or I think I did. The truth is, I don't think so. When I was a kid, I went to catechism, and I was pissed that they sent me on Saturday and Sunday to lose my whole weekend for that shit. And they told me, if you get married, you need your first communion. And I would tell my mom, but I'm not going to get married. I don't want to go to catechism anymore. And my mom would tell me, you're going, and fuck you if you don't want to. So I was like, fuck it. So there were also guys who were really fucked up. You know, the classic guy who wanted to bully everyone, fuck with everyone who lets him. And since you see that neither the little priest nor the catechist interferes to keep order, when my first communion arrived, I found this guy behind the church. And at the same time that I was inside the first communion mass, this guy and I were throwing punches. I'm not telling you, they were strong punches. The truth is, they were more like slaps. And then a lady came and told us, hey kids, don't fight here if you're at your first communion. You're in church. The mass is inside. And then we separated and stayed like, damn fucking fucker. And that was when I was a kid. So returning to the annex, that's how that mess was. And the truth is, I never fought with this guy, Shay. Later, he left. He wanted to leave, and his mom came and took him out. I don't know if she's still alive, but this guy's mom was openly a thief. The lady would do multiple robberies. I don't know if she robbed pedestrians or houses. I mean, she was a family of criminals. Well, it turns out that I would see this stoned kid again in the future. Well, I tell you that when I had the problem with this guy in the annex, the guy named like an archangel from the Bible, hadn't arrived yet. So I was alone. So when the times came when the guy I told you about, who was named after a biblical archangel, arrived at the annex, they started giving me confidence over time. First, they told me I couldn't do chores or be near the exit because I could escape because they still saw me as very... And they'll say, they know how to children. When my dad came to see me, I would cry because I told him that she wanted him to take me out, and he would tell me no. So I'm between 1.75 and 1.8 meters tall. Let's say I'm not very tall, but where I live, it's considered a considerable height, though the tallest guys who are taller are taken as supports. A support is, let's say, the guys who work for the first and second in the down. They generally want to like restaurant the race in name to ANNEX-THEY. They sold right me. I next 12 studied in turn. ANNEX-THEY. The supports have the responsibility of not letting the group get distracted during the meeting, not letting them go to the bathroom or several at the same time. The support's job is to ensure that the rules of the place are maintained. That's what a support does. So the supports are the ones who sit on each side of the annexed, who are sitting in the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, and also control the women, because the women are also a mess. Besides, the women make a mess and also fall in love with the godfathers and the annexed, because they give them cigarettes, because they give them tortillas. It's a gossip there. I didn't tell you that. Now I'm going back a bit. It's that at the time you're eating, sometimes a guy would touch your shoulder, not like that, so you would turn around. You would turn around and they would say, "No, I didn't touch your shoulder." Who knows who it was? And when you turned your gaze back to the table where you were eating, your tortillas were no longer there. Damn it. So, also the only spicy thing they gave us was green chili peppers. Where I live, they eat a lot of spicy food. You already know where I live. So you bite the chili like this. Now it's really going to sound like Marbu, but you bite the chili like this to give the damn food some flavor, because there was no salt. You had to tell someone from the kitchen to give you a little. That's salt and wind, but the artery yours. You would go with a piece of newspaper, and there in the middle of the piece of newspaper, you would put a little pinch of salt. And that damn pinch of salt, well, you just had to keep it, and keep it well so it wouldn't fall. And when it was time to eat, you would put it on to eat. You would keep it in newspapers or in pages from the Yellow Pages section, which is in many parts of the Tryon world. You already know what I'm talking about, those big yellow books that have a directory of all the services you need. So that's where you value food a lot. And you also have to be very careful so they don't steal from you. There, you could also exchange a tortilla for a cigarette. That's what we did. The truth is, because when you finish eating, whether you like it or not, you feel like taking a hit of marijuana. So, obviously, since there are no drugs in there except cigarettes, coffee and sugar, which are also drugs, what we did to calm our anxiety from smoking marijuana was to unravel the cigarette, take out all the tobacco, and, well, you know, in there, what we did was tear out a page from the Bible and put the tobacco there, and we would smoke it like it was a joint. And uncensored. Believe me, the pure fantasy that it was shaped like a marijuana joint made your anxiety go down a bit. I mean, the truth is, we were a bunch of nonsense. The thing is that a godfather would see you, because he would tell you, and those nonsense, my son, damn it. Aren't you supposed to be here to stop thinking about your drug nonsense? And you do your damn nonsense, and then with the Bible, man, it's a damn disrespect. It's a damn lack of respect in there that you also see how people behave. And you say, well, no wonder we're fucked up because you're disrespecting. I'm not religious, but whether you like it or not, you're taking a book that has some spirituality and you're smoking it. So don't be an idiot, son. So you have to be very careful about that. And that's where they taught me to make magic cigarettes. Look, imagine that from the lighter, you see that it has a little stone that is the one that strikes and makes the spark. So what we did was strike that little nice alien on Chelsea. You would strike it, imagine that you played with the lighter with the wheel, and it was wheel and wheel and wheel, but all the little dust that fell, you would put it around the doctor. Cigarette. So the cigarette would be left with little balls of that black dust. The truth is, I don't know what it is, but it's what produces the spark. Right now I can't tell you well what little stone it is or what material it is, but it's the little stone that all lighters have and that makes the spark. So we would sprinkle the whole cigarette or the supposed marijuana hit made with orange the innumerable pages, and well, when you lit it and you were smoking it, that thing would produce little sparks, like the lighter when it's producing the little spark. And that looked cool. It looked damn cool. It was just to do nonsense, to distract yourself with something, to give yourself a damn little pleasure, a diversion. And you would see a guy or several guys smoking in the meeting or wherever. And it was cool. Like the damn cigarette looked like a little candle, like those Christmas ones that you light, and they produce a lot of little sparks. That's how it looked. Not that exaggerated, but that's how it looked. And it was cool because then the girls or the guys would also go up with their damn prepared cigarettes and go up to the podium and start smoking them. And you would see how they know that, and your word saying would finish with sparks, and you would say, damn those two. If they're not doing the same nonsense, then the Godfathers would also say, no man, those damn nonsense sons. First, they don't even know what damn nonsense they're smoking from that material that is the little stone that produces the spark. And the Godfathers and all of us knew that we did it out of boredom, but we also did it because when you stop using drugs, it's like all the fog clears, and you wake up again to the real world, and you realize how much time you lost, how many opportunities you lost, how much freedom and how much healthy fun you lost. So you're left like, damn no. So your mind, since you're in there, you just generate nonsense, as they say. You think and think about the bad, the good, but more about the bad that can happen. What happened, what they did to you, what you did, and a bunch of damn nonsense. So you need an escape. In there, you look for an escape, and that escape is those little diversions, let's say in quotes, that don't leave you anything. Not even they can harm you from smoking that. When you're better shoot at her, I see and said, catcher and I did it. Oh, dear. But however, you did it. And well, they are things that sound funny, sound like something silly, sound even like something pathetic. But believe me that, at the moment, it wasn't. It was a diversion, and it was cool to see someone smoking one of those damn little sticks. And it was cool because then they would do the star meetings. The star meetings were where everyone was. Godfathers, godmothers, people from outside who came from 6 in the evening to 12 at night, and they would give you a pack of cigarettes or a little bag of coffee so you could make yourself a coffee and a bunch of things. And it was cool because they would go up, and those from outside would see that nonsense and say, no, man, it's your nonsense. And you would say, no, godfather, godmother, well, damn, we're locked up here. And they would say, well, yes, I understand you, because many godfathers and godmothers who went had also been annexed there. I hadn't told you this, but this guy, the one who had the name of an archangel, ex-military of 17 years, this guy got a godmother from there. This guy didn't care, because the first thing they tell you is not to do 3 things, so you don't get the spiritual punishment, which are those 3 things. 1, never steal the group's money. In the double groups, the money from the contributors, in this case, the godfathers, godmothers, and halfway lights, that money should never be touched except for what it's for, which is for the group's expenses. At the end of each meeting, they would pass around a basket, and everyone would leave the money they wanted. And there are guys who dare to steal it. There are guys so stupid or so used that they have stolen money from the group, and that same day they're already in jail or in prison. They're already fucked. I didn't believe in this, but it's not just about stealing. It's about disrespecting everything, and there's something spiritual inside AA. There's something that moves those groups. I feel that, yes, it's God, and even if you do a lot of nonsense, well, even so, no. It doesn't completely uncover the truth. The number 2 is that you never fuck a godmother, or well, if you're a woman, that you fuck a godfather, or well, it's you. That doesn't matter the gender. The point is that you don't fuck a godmother or a godfather, or an internal, an annexed, or anyone who is in recovery, because what that does is contaminate it and distract them from their main objective, which is to recover from addictions. So when you fucked them, the kid or the girl falls in love with you, or someone falls in love with that pretext, and they become drug addicts or alcoholics again, and the cycle of the annex starts again. And this leads us to number 3, which is never take anyone out of the group. I mean, never take anyone out of their recovery. That means that, for example, if you're a godfather, a godmother, and you see that you really like an annexed or you like an annexed, you can't get involved with them because you're going to truncate their possible recovery if they were going to recover. And it's also said that if you want to save yourself from the curse, what you have to do is that if you're fucking a godmother or you're fucking a godfather or you're fucking an annexed or you're fucking an annexed, what you have to do is go up to the podium and tell the truth. Say everything that's happening from when you started doing it, and endure the verbal beating that everyone is going to give you, because there, supposedly, they don't hit you. The hits are with words. So when you go up and say, you know that I'm fucking a companion from here in the group, what happens when you get down from the podium is that they're going to pass you to the front, in front of the podium, as if you are next again, and everyone is going to organize a meeting where everyone is going to go up and give it to you and your partner. When I say give it to you, I don't mean that they're going to hit you. I mean that with pure therapy from the podium, they're going to start telling you things like, for example, son of a bitch, damn hand biter, damn fuck the dead, or damn fuck the dead. Damn, man, why are you taking a companion if she's your companion of pain? You're a damn selfish person, etc., etc., etc. They call you fuck the dead because supposedly, or rather, all of us who arrive at you, an Alcoholics Anonymous group, are emotionally dead. That's why we consume substances or consume alcohol. So they, in a somewhat crude way, and to make you understand that it's not right because, 2, addicts are never going to take anything good. If one doesn't relapse, the other will relapse, and so on. It's never the other way around. For example, if they're not in recovery and the other relapses, it's not possible for the one in recovery to rescue the one who relapsed into drugs. That can't be done. It's proven by thousands, millions of people, and it always ends badly. That's why everyone tells you, and also when you fuck an annexed or a godmother, there's a payment. There's a payment. There's always a payment because everything has a cost, and it's an emotional cost, a spiritual cost, and above all, if you don't say it on the podium, the most likely thing is that you return to consuming, or that you do some stupid thing, kill someone, end up in jail, some nonsense. But a damn spiritual curse falls because it falls, and I tell you because I saw it a lot. I didn't believe it, but when they started telling me, I said, oh damn, I don't believe it. But when I started seeing it, I said, damn, these guys are right. So this guy who had the name of Archangel, well, fuck it all now, and he started fucking a godmother. And one day he arrived. Well, that same day, one of those days he arrived from the street. Well, he would tell me, you know that the truth is, I come from being in the hotel with this old lady, with the godmother. She was a godmother from his same neighborhood. The truth is, her face wasn't that cool, but she had good ass and good tits. Imagine, and then you being in there. Well, you also look. The truth is, I'm going to tell the stat. Truth. The truth is, there are many men and women who go looking for a partner. Even if they're told it's prohibited, they don't care. So the women come with very tight pants, showing their ass. Their tight pussy, very tight. No, this with the pants, and then their tits are very juicy, or sometimes they don't even wear a bra, and they don't care. So imagine you as a man without fucking for 3 months. Well, you just see her if you're sitting there, but you have your dick hard. That's the reality. Then when the women went up to the podium, well, we all had our dicks hard, because just the fact of seeing her, whether she was annexed or not, you wanted to fuck her, because imagine withdrawal syndrome, and then involuntary celibacy, and there it was. There didn't exist that damn ideology of the guys who kill people because they don't fuck women. That's also nonsense, but well, that's how it was. And then the women are also tough, because they go up to the podium and start saying, well, there are several guys. Oh, there's a guy who is also annexed, and I also like him. And the truth is, I would like to fuck him. So imagine the women play a lot with your mind in it. They're too out here, but in there, it's seen more. So you start believing that, oh, well, she likes me, and fuck. And you start taking her little cigarettes, or you give her your food, and there. You've already fucked your mother because you're already giving her your resources, and she hasn't even fucked you yet, and you don't even know she's referring to you, and you're already there like an idiot, a drooler, and a drag. And that's why many also relapse, because they end up stealing the women from there, supposedly. And when you leave the doors of the group, the women tell you to go too. Or tell you the truth is, I just used you to be able to escape. I'm already going with my trail. I'm going with my family. I'm going to my neighborhood to keep using drugs. And they say, well, let's go. And in the end, both end up using drugs or alcohol, and that's how it always happens. I, in there, also had a slip with a girl. This girl was from the same neighborhood, the heaviest. One from there, from the city where I grew up, which you all already know which one it is. And the truth is that those girls are also damn crazy, man, also hyper, not just the ones from that neighborhood. You might stay like, strange out, like party that 14. I mean, if there's only one girl, there's no problem because they have all the guys like idiots not pretending to fall in love with. But when more girls arrive, they start to see some serious problems, but tough ones for the smallest nonsense. But it's not because the girls don't want to share the space. Rather, the girls don't want to share the control they already have over the men in there. I mean, there should only be one queen, not princesses or other nonsense. So when I was already a support, well, I forgot to tell you something because I skipped it. But well, when I was a chicken, and this guy with the name of Archangel, the 17-year-old military kid, one day they grab us and tell us, come on, my sons, we're going to get a guy. Come and see the tallest, the beta, isn't the tallest, toughest, the baddest, you know. They start to flatter you there. So I was already a support. I had a little more freedom. So they tell me, come on, my son, and they take me and take this 17-year-old guy and 2 other guys, the tallest ones in the annex. So they grab us and tell us, you know, we're going to get a guy and we're going to annex him right now. The guy smokes crack, and his mom told us that he just arrived at his house after several days of smoking crack on the street, and that now he's weak, all dirty, without eating and dehydrated. So it's the exact moment to annex him. They told us, be careful with this guy because the guy goes crazy, and the guy is going to do everything possible to escape. And we said, okay, no problem. So we arrived at his house, and talked to his mom. His mom comes out and says, yes, he's there. Just go up the stairs, but don't make too much noise. There are also my other two little kids, and I don't want them to get scared or anything. The truth is, I didn't even know who we were going for, because when you go for someone, it's really like you're kidnapping them. I mean, you grab them, force them, subdue them, and take them in a car, and fuck it. And even if they go crazy, and even if the police see you, when you tell them, I'm going to annex him, because the kid is really high, and they already see him all messed up and fucked up, they say, okay, go ahead, fuck it, because the government doesn't care about addicts or alcoholics. That's a reality in any country. That's the reality. So no, we arrived at his house. His mom gives us the recommendations. We get out of the car, go up the stairs, and when we're going up, who do you think it was? It was the same kid I had a problem with before we were going to fight. It was this same guy. So I grab, and when I go up, I see him and say, damn, fuck it. I say, no problem. So we surround him, and the guy grabs and sits there on the chair and says, damn well, no fuck. Are you going to annex me? You tricked me and stuff. And his mom tells him, no, son of a bitch, don't you understand, man? I already told you to stop using drugs. Look, how you are, all damn dirty, all skinny. How many days have you been on the damn street, man? How often do you come here? I'm not going to keep putting up with you here in this hotel. And no, his mom started singing all the songs that he's a damn irresponsible, that he's worthless, all the speech that the boss throws at you for this. His mom hadn't told us not to hit him, but if there was a need to hit him, to subdue him, to give him a beating. That's what his mom told us. This guy lacks a lot of respect. He's a son of a bitch here. So, when we're there with this guy, the lady tells us, be careful, because this guy is going to want to throw himself down the stairs. I mean, not throw himself into the void, but jump over us and go out to the stairs, because they're in front of him. And from the stairs he automatically go to the street. And indeed, when we're approaching this guy, the guy tries to run like a hare, giving a damn jump. But damn, he messed up, because we really grabbed him. We were like 4 or 5 guys. Well, imagine guys already seasoned from the annex. We had at least 20, 30 kilos more than him. So damn, how are you going to defend yourself from 4 or 5 big, tough guys? Damn true. So when he tried to run, we grabbed him and took him down. And the guy was saying a lot of nonsense as we were taking him down, like, fuck your mother. Let me go. This is a kidnapping, and a lot of nonsense. And this guy was saying, I'm going to call a patrol right now, and a lot of nonsense. And we told him, calm down, buddy. I mean, before grabbing him and taking him down, we told him, calm down, buddy. You already know it's a phrase that's used a lot where I come from, and it's like you don't explain anything. And you say, buddy, you already know you're going to the group. And they also use that phrase when they're going to rob you. They don't tell you, you already know, lend me your things, lend me your wallet, lend me your cell phone, fuck it. So the guy, and we were putting him in the car was from a guy who was also involved in the group's nonsense. He also drank and was supposedly a godfather, but he also had his beers. So it was nonsense, and he was a faggot. But well, so we're putting him in the car, and this damn guy was trying to go crazy. Here, before putting him in the car and, closing the door, the guy was like a damn cat. Not grabbing, not fuck it, and screaming at his neighborhood. I don't know what nonsense who was screaming at him. So I grabbed him, and the truth is, I gave him a punch with my closed hand. I hit him in the nape. I grabbed him by the balls, man, and I hit him, man. And the guy, like an idiot, said, Mom, they're hitting me. And his mom said, It's because you don't understand, son of a bitch. And so a damn show, man. It's a damn show on the street. And the guy said, you're going to see why you hit me, and fuck it. And I, the Euro, done out and stand. Fan idea. Truth is, I appeared. So I didn't know if this guy already knew, if he had remembered who I was, that we had a problem in the past. But at that moment I said, damn man, the damn world is nonsense. Del when you're my spirit. Or do you wonder, yes, right? So we put him in the car. The guy in the car was screaming a lot of nonsense at his mom, like, damn bitch, damn whore. And his mom grabbed and came as a co-pilot and grabbed and hit him from behind. Don't talk to me like that, idiot. I'm your mother. You respect me, son of a bitch. I still support you. I give you food and fuck it. And a lot of nonsense. And we arrived at the Newell and UNC group and fuck it. And we took him out of the car and took him up to the first floor. We already told him, be calm, man. You're already here, buddy. Don't do nonsense anymore. You're already in here. You didn't save yourself. Calm down, no need. And we went down, boom, 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 boom. And I was left thinking. I said, damn, I'm going to have problems again with this guy. Now it's really going to be worthless. I said, damn, I said, well, no problem again. This guy arrived within the 3 months or 4.5 months I was there. I don't remember well how much time I was there, but it was more than 3 months. And I told this guy, the one who was military, I told him, what's up, buddy? The truth is, I had problems with that guy in the past. And when I told him how, the thing was, he told me, no problem, my son. Any problem that comes up, buddy, I'll break his damn mother, and fuck it. And this guy is nothing, and fuck it, man. Very cool. And that kind of empowered me. I said, well, no problem. If he talks shit, well, no problem. You don't have to answer him, buddy, because the truth is, I knew that this guy was also tough. But I also knew that I was going too far when I hit this guy and gave him a damn punch in the nape. And that was also wrong because I abused my strength. I abused the moment. I abused the situation. The truth is, I took revenge on this guy, cowardly we could say it, or it was really like that. But also in those days that started to pass, I was left thinking and said, well, I think I went too far with this kid. And I said, I'd still yet. The truth is, I think it's better to keep the peace and make a truce because, look, the truth is, I didn't want to have problems in there or for things to escalate. Just for him to hit me or thing like that. The truth is, I have never hit anyone, thank God. Hit them. Well, the truth is, but I didn't want to advance the problem because it also scared me a bit because I was also almost leaving. Oh, that's what I thought. And I said, the truth is, it's better to keep the peace with this guy. And as a way to make a truce, I grabbed and gave him something. Not to say that I gave him something to get high. No, not drugs, not something like that. What do you wait? Well, don't shoot at you. No, don't you stop. This time this guy was sitting on the little bench in front, listening to the meeting like everyone else. And this guy was going to go up to the podium. So I thought, well, now that this guy goes up, he's going to start singing a shot from up there and fuck it. I said, well, no problem. But before I said, well, to try to stop the problem, I gave him something. I told him, look, buddy, what's up, man? The truth is, I fucked up. The truth is, I went too far, man. I hit you, buddy. Forgive me, buddy. And the truth is, forgive me for another time, buddy, when we were going to fight, buddy, when you were here, buddy. The truth is, so there's no problem. I don't look for problems with you. What I want is to keep the peace, buddy. So I said something like that to him, and the guy looked at me and said, "Okay, buddy, no problem." And I said, "No, well, no, buddy." And then the guy went up to the podium, and he also got better. When I say the word better inside the group, it means you speak your truth. When they tell you, well, heal, damn it, what they're telling you is, speak to me with your truth. So the guy went up and healed, damn it. He said, the truth is, I had problems here with a guy, and well, like the second time, now they brought me, and well, there was no problem, but the truth is, this guy apologized to me, and the truth is, I ended that problem. And I was watching from behind, man, along with the other guy, the ex-military. I don't remember if he wasn't there, but the problem with this guy was already there. And then this guy, this little crackhead, got better. I think he was there for 1 or 2 weeks. Supposedly, he had a medical appointment, and from there the guy didn't come back. But this guy, I don't know if he was very rebellious, or if it was because of withdrawal syndrome, or altogether, but this guy, in a meeting, also drove another godfather crazy because he didn't want to obey, and the kid got into trouble. So the guiding godfather, who was in charge of the whole group, because there were two, the one who won, lent the house, who really didn't lend it because he was paid rent, and the other godfather, who was in charge of everything, well, this guy really got intolerant. He told this little crackhead that he should calm down and obey. And this kid, I think he answered back, and well, I wasn't there, but they told me that the godfather gave him some damn slaps. And this guy just stayed very quiet. But this godfather lifted weights. Damn, when he shook your hand, he gave you a lot of strength, man. I mean, it seems like he played. I mean, damn hands that give you a hit. If he faints you, I think he did faint you, and he did knock you out, man. And then imagine a hit from that man. It was tough, man. And I tell you the truth, I didn't see it. They told me. The truth is that this godfather later fell because he started drinking again, and his body couldn't take it anymore, and he died. The truth is, may he rest in peace, and I hope God already has him in his holy glory, because he was also a tough old man, and that's how the movie was with this guy. I tell you, returning to the girls, I also had a slip with a girl who was from the heaviest neighborhood in the city where I was born turned. And the girl, well, she liked to inhale active, which was PVC. It turns out that this girl, well, one day she escaped with a guy from there in the annex, and everyone knew that they were going to return, drugged both of them, and from relapses, no dodgier. And indeed, that's what happened. She went with a guy who had some warehouses that sold fruit and vegetables, and the truth is, the kid said he had money, and well, it's supposed that those people make a lot of money. The problem is that he smoked crack, the famous crack, not the Lady Stone. And well, when they both returned, the guy returned really high, and the girl was really hallucinating because she was inhaling active or not. When I met this girl, she also didn't try to manipulate me. No, and then she would grab my legs and just tell me, oh, you have nice legs. And since I was wearing shorts, even the godfathers would tell me, what's up, guy, because you wear shorts? Are you a faggot? Why don't you wear pants? Do you want to show your legs? Be careful, because there are several guys here who are faggot. And I told him, no, godfather. It's just that the truth is, that's how they caught me. That's how my bosses brought. Yes. And well, as they gave me clothes, I also wore pants. No, the truth is. But this girl, you know, that's how girls are. Girls don't care. A girl can fuck you if she wants to. The truth is, a woman one can rape you even in front of everyone. She can blame you for what you did. I mean, when they want something, they go until they get it, no matter the consequences. The truth is, I smoked cigarettes for a while, but then I tried to quit, and sometimes I would give my cigarettes to her, to other guys, or share them. Well, more than the truth, I did it to win over the group because you start to realize that if you start giving something to someone, not for convenience, but whether you like it or not, when you need something, they're going to help you. Or at least that's what one thinks. So when they return from their platonic love, well, to the guy, this one with whom the girl went, and to the girl, they sit them in front of the podium, and they start to scold them from the podium and also from the coordinator's desk. And you know, they make fun of them because they think that two addicts can live together and come out ahead. But when both are in recovery, it's very difficult. And even when time has passed, it's also difficult because both are neurotic. At any moment of anger or frustration, they are going to go get high. And the most likely thing is that they both get high. And from there, you know that under substances, you're with the demons and you go crazy. Then they start hitting each other, start stabbing with knives or with tips, until perhaps one is left dead, or until both return to the annex and sit in front. Because they were the experiences that were there, well, from the godfathers, already old and with time, and also from the godmothers. There are many cases of godmothers who take their godchildren there because you have to choose a godfather. And that godfather is the one who is going to listen to you when you feel bad or you want to escape. Anything, he's going to help you. Also, if you need something, there are some godfathers who can tell you, "What's up, guy? Well, I'll give you a hand. I don't know what you need, socks, clothes, or I can even invite you to eat." Really, what a godfather is when it's done well. It's like a friend, the truth is. And the truth is, I thank all the godfathers I've had because they've all taught me something. So you shouldn't be ungrateful or ungrateful. So when this girl returned and arrived really hallucinating, well, one day I went down the stairs and I met this girl, and the girl runs towards me and grabs me and hugs me and starts kissing me, man. And the truth is, I also, well, at that time, the truth is, I hadn't had official girlfriends more than, well, with this lady who supposedly had gotten pregnant for a while and then lost the baby. So I thought, well, fuck, I'm going to kiss her. No, there in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. The problem is, well, it's that everyone saw me, and I was left like, well, she kissed me? No, ha ha ha. And then the godfather calls me to talk. He tells me, "What's up, guy? Why did you kiss this old lady, man?" And I told him, "No, godfather. Well, the truth is, I was going down the stairs, and the girl shouted my name. And when I turned towards her, the girl jumped on me and grabbed me, like this from the shoulders, and also with her legs, she hugged me from the waist. Let's say she climbed on me, and well, I turned and she was already kissing me. So the truth is, it lasted, I don't wait, while I'm not going to say that I didn't like it because, well, the truth is, I miss women, damn it, like all of us who are locked up here. But the truth is, no, I never went with that intention. I'm not sure, I'm not going to say that I don't like women, but I know I have to behave here. But the truth is, yes, I did let myself go. And the godfather tells me, no, man, but there are better women here for this. This godfather was my second godfather. He was a chubby guy, and he had very calloused hands because he came from a town. And the man was tough. Even though he was very chubby, he was tough. And then he would give you some slaps. The slaps are hits, either with the back of the hand or he would give you some chest punches. A chest punch is when he hits you, but with the palm of the hand. But he leaves your chest red. And then they would grab you there among several and say, "No, grab that fucker." And then they would grab you and say, "Calm down, man, let yourself go." And then they would grab you and give you chest punches or slaps and leave you something red. The truth is, I never got naked. I got into 2 fights, but lightly. I mean, It's like to gossip to socialize. Let's say they weren't mean. But well, then to the guys who were more annoying or who were nonsense, I did give them their hits. Often, but not to make them bleed. It was like, calm down that fucker. Something like that. But lightly. I mean, really, no one took it badly. It was like, calm down, man, stop being a nuisance. So the truth is that Godfather was my second godfather, because the first godfather I had, one day they'd take you down to the meeting and tell you to decide which godfather or godmother you're going to choose. And then you choose. So when I went down to that meeting, I chose this second godfather because my first godfather I had relapsed. The first godfather I had was the guy who threatened me on the stairs, the dark-skinned, short, but tough guy. But this guy fell because he took a woman from there in the group. He also took an annexed, and she was a chubby girl. But well, since there are almost no women, you can imagine any woman you see there, you want to. Fuck her. No. And if she gives you the chance, you fuck her right there, or take her, or escape together. It turns out that my first godfather relapsed because he took this woman, and this woman, well, later left him. He said, why don't trust that? And then this guy started drinking again, and one day he returned to the group really fucked up, really pissed off. And well, he really arrived in the condition of our own bundle. This guy had been in prison for a long time, in one of the heaviest penitentiaries there in the light of the city where I was born. And this guy looked like he had been abused in every possible way because he looked traumatized. Because when he was lying on the floor, we tried to lift him, and the guy wouldn't get up. He would start shouting, leave me alone, don't touch me. That moment, the guys who wanted to help him, we looked at each other and didn't say anything. But we knew that the guy, and the most likely thing is that in prison, they had hurried him, raped him, and subdued him in every possible way. And that's why the guy was like that really disturbed man. And the truth is, we left him because the guy goes really crazy. He would tell you what, my son, let's fight. This guy would sing a shot at you and tell you, no, Godfather, it's that we don't want to fight. I don't care, man. I was already really crazy, the man. The truth is, the man was very hyper, had lived a lot of suffering, the guy. But he looked like he had it all stored in his chest. And when he got drunk, he goes really crazy. Later, the guy calmed down and all that, like he had a moral hangover, and left. Because they also made fun of me, and made fun of me saying, well, I would tell him, no, Godfather, even if you have relapsed, there's no problem, no need to reform to make time again. And then later the other godfathers would make fun of me saying, and you there begging your godfather, supposedly taking care of him, and damn chocolate godfather. So that's why I took another godfather. And this second godfather is the one who told me that he gave me permission to fuck any woman from there. He told me, no, man, since you're really handsome and fuck, grab another girl from there. And the truth is, the girls would really get pissed off and take off their panties, because then the godfather would send me down. And you know what's up, godfather. And the girls start flirting with you. No, I decent and out to choose no soon. There was one who almost put her tits in your face. She was chubby but fair-skinned, and you know, very busty, no. And she wore blouses, really low cut, almost not covering the nipple. And you know, there with the godfathers showing their tits and ass, giving blowjob nonsense to the godfathers. The truth is, they earn favors. That's the reality. That's why I tell you that women, most of them, the truth is, are rotten. Now, I really offer an apology to all the women who are listening to me, and perhaps because of what I'm saying, stop watching these videos. I respect your opinion, but I'm telling you how I lived it. I know not all women use drugs, but the truth is that they all share a very similar way of being. That's the reality of the now real world when you see the behavior of both men and women who are locked up and supposedly have nothing and have to do everything to earn favors, to earn small freedoms, and so that confinement doesn't hit too hard. And the truth is that I never got involved with another girl. I didn't want problems, and I felt that would distract me. And the truth is, look, I'm going to tell you something. I really feel that marijuana triggered a psychosis in me, because there came a time when I started having persecution delusions, and I couldn't even get on the subway or the bus. I mean, I did get on, but I was afraid because I felt that everyone was looking at me, that they were going to do something to me, that they were chasing me. I mean, pure nonsense, and the truth is that this psychosis never really left me. I really sometimes think that the truth is that marijuana almost triggered schizophrenia in me. Or maybe I do have schizophrenia. As I tell you, I'm not violent. I haven't hit anyone. I haven't killed anyone, and the truth is, I behave in society. I respect all the rules, and I don't get involved with anyone. I don't disrespect anyone when I'm walking on the sidewalk. I kneel in and call, okay, step aside and even let them pass when two people are coming from the front, and I step aside. And if a woman, a child, or a family comes, I even look down at the ground so I don't see the guy or the lady or her children, or so she tells me that I'm looking at her ass. Nothing. And the truth is, look, I weigh about 120 kilos now, and I'm between 1.78 and 1.8 meters tall, because they have told me 1.8 and sometimes 1.78. So let's leave it at 1.78. I have about 20 extra kilos now, between fat and water, right? And now the truth is that I notice that people are afraid of me, because I think it shows on my face where I've been, in the eyes of someone who has suffered. And even though I'm not a tough guy, I don't look for fights. People notice. People notice that this guy has suffered this, has suffered that, or this guy is something else. This guy, you can see in his eyes that he has experience. But at that time, I was in love or not. So the women also intimidated me at bit or not. And the truth is, I didn't want problems either, but I did like them. And the truth is that in the annexes there are very, very beautiful women with very, very beautiful bodies. And these, there are very young girls, even obviously underage, and the men in there don't care about age. I mean, crimes of pedophilia are committed, but there are also ladies who are very attractive. So the truth is that there is a lot of temptation. Many things can happen, both good and bad things that you think are good, and end up being bad, and vice versa. So what I wanted at that moment was to behave and leave that place, because I didn't want to be there anymore. So I didn't want distractions, and that's how I carried on. So, returning to the fact that I kissed this woman, the guy who had been her boyfriend, the stoned guy, started telling me that I had betrayed him because he supposedly considered me his friend, and that I had kissed his woman, and pure nonsense. And I told him, no, buddy, but it's that she kissed me. And he told me, no, don't go too far, and fuck it. And this guy had already been in jail. He had also been in prison, and that day he was really drunk and really high. So that day, this guy wanted to go crazy. He started to intolerate the first one in the annex, the one who was in charge of the annex. And the truth is that this guy went up and gave him a beating. I mean, I remember that day we were like that. And the guy started singing the song that talks about false friends, about hypocritical friends. and supposedly he was indicating it to me. Here is the idea of to share and the best part until he said, "Your woman kissed me." He told me, "No, you wouldn't have let her if you hadn't wanted to." And so pure nonsense. And then the first one in the annex goes up because he had already received many complaints about this guy because he was making a lot of noise and wouldn't calm down. And he goes up and tells him, "Well, buddy, it's enough. No, man, we already let you do your show. You, until Kardashian, already did your drama and fuck it. Calm down, man. I know you're still really fucked up. I mean, really drunk and really high. But you're already here again in the annex. You have to start making time again from the bottom. And you know, no." So this guy, I don't know what nonsense he started saying. And the first one in the annex, well, the truth is he was a cool guy. But he was already intolerant from so much nonsense they told him he had to do and to give responsibilities. So the guy grabbed and lunged at him, and the other one was left lying on his back on a bed. So the first one in the annex grabbed and started hitting his face really hard. Man, one punch to the left, another to the right, and like that, all hooks. But this guy was on top of the bed, pam, 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 like when they already throw them to the ground and are already giving them pure punches, and the head only moves from side to side. But this guy's head was hanging from the mattress, and damn, just damn. Punches, nothing else, or already boom, 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 damn dry punches. And they were heard from there, from the first floor. They could be heard even to the ground floor. But I was on the first floor and I saw the whole thing. The truth is, there weren't many of us upstairs, but I saw how his head only moved from one side to the other, and we were all like, damn, he's going to kill him. With punches, because we said, damn, it's that the first one in the annex was really tough. This guy supposedly had diabetes, but damn, he said that in the past he had been a bodybuilder, and damn, the guy would take off his shirt, and the truth is, he wasn't inflated here. I think this guy was between 70 and 80 kilos, but the truth is, he looked tough. And he was tough because the guy was really marked here on his body. I mean, you could see that he was a guy who had trained a lot, and then he had stopped doing it. But the body stays tough. You whine, don't lose it. And damn, the truth is that no one wanted to stop him. I mean, no one wanted to get close because damn, right now I'm playing really crazy. And any guy who gets close is going to fuck him up. But the other guy only moved his head from side to side. He already had his face really red from so many punches, and we were all like that, impacted, man. And then suddenly the group said, "No, we have to stop this guy. If not, he's going to kill him." And then we went and said, "Okay, buddy, leave him, man. It's enough. It's enough." He said, "Fuck his mother, man. This guy feels really cool, and he's already given him a lot of opportunities." And the truth is, this guy already intolerated me. And he kept hitting him, and no, we grabbed and we got in like that. All of us. And this guy already moved aside. And well, this one already, he already let go of the hits. And no, the other guy was like that. Keep hitting me. And pure nonsense. And the other guy, shut up, man. Damn, you're seeing that this guy almost killed you with punches, and you keep saying pure nonsense. And so you realize how damn alcohol leads you to open your mouth like an idiot, and to get you into trouble. And well, that's how that thing was. And then the next day, this guy's alcohol thing had already passed, and I think they forgave each other. More nonsense there. And that's how that mess was left. And then I think this guy left, and that's how it was left. I had received the first one in the annex when he arrived today. And since I went short into your Well, he had taken a hit. He was like really in love and at peace with everyone. But this guy, since they already knew him well, they quickly promoted in rank after I left there from the group. I saw this guy, the first one in the annex, in a YouTube video, fighting there in a central place where they distribute vegetables and fruit, because this guy worked as a loader there. One day, watching a YouTube video, I saw how the guy in a circle was fighting with some guys, and this guy was really fucked up. And the truth is, he fucked them up, or it was like between play and serious, the hits. He makes a circle, and this guy in the middle was fighting with another guy with punches among pure beer cans and a lot of vegetables and thrown things. There you could slip and break your mother, but well, those damn, and I saw him. I said, damn, this guy is still alive and still in the party. And I said, well, at least he's still alive, no. And supposedly he even had diabetes, but well, the guy didn't care. He got into alcohol and all the cigarettes and the drugs and all the nonsense. I in there also had another service which was taking care of everyone's things, because each person had their clothes with which they had arrived, their belongings, all money that sometimes their family left them, or well, clothes. So that service was called the Militus service, and I was the Militus. So they would tell me, pass me my clothes, and I would pass them to them. Fancy, and nothing else in that area I could pass. And from that area there were some stairs, a stairway of those attached to the iron wall, and there you could go up to the roof. But damn, the truth is, it was really dangerous, because there was no step or anything. I mean, from a wall that made a corner with, let's say, the wall that took you to the second floor, or in this case, the roof, well, there was nothing. So almost you had to jump from the metal stairs, and we did it, because since not everyone could go up, because many would go to the other roofs to escape, well, those of us who had been there a little longer, and they saw us calm, that we didn't want to escape, well, they would send us to wash the clothes. And we, in a bucket, would put everyone's clothes and put soap and everything, and also the blankets there, we would wash them. There we made some washing machines, the famous prison washing machines. Those washing machines, I'm going to explain how. They're made because they're useful. What you need is a bottle of those from a certain black soda, which you already know what type of soda it is. I'm not saying brands or anything, but from those. Bottles from before that were returnable, that you would leave in the store and had to leave one to take another full one, similar to the caguamas. No, where I am, the caguamas are beer. No. So, you have to leave a container to take another caguama. Well, full. In this case, it's the same with this soda. That plastic is good. So you take that and cut it in half, and you stay with the top part of the bottle, which would be like the funnel. The best is to cut it from where it starts at the base, so that you're left with all that like a funnel and tube. And then you make some little holes. Near where the screw cap goes, you make some little holes, about 3 or 5 little holes. And then where the screw cap goes, or where the cap went, there you're going to put a broomstick. If it's loose, you can put some nails crossed so that the broomstick doesn't come out of the mouth, but you have to be careful not to break the mouth. It almost always stays without nails, if you do it well. And then you grab it from the upper part where it doesn't have the bottle, and you prepare a bucket with soap and your clothes. And then there you start washing with that, with the little holes you made. Well, what it's going to do is that it's going to pull. It's going to suck the clothes upwards. And when you lower it, it's not going to keep all the water inside, because that's why you made the little holes in there. And with that, it's going to release a bit of pressure. And that pressure is like it sucks, and then pushes and squeezes at the same time. That's what washes the clothes. And the truth is, With that, you can wash your clothes, and your clothes get really clean. And you don't spend on electricity or anything. Those are the prison washing machines. But well, there in the annex incidents, there were many guys who had already been in prison. They teach you to do that kind of thing. I, for a time, washed a godfather's clothes from there because I wanted to earn some money, and the guy paid me. That's all. I did. I. The truth is, he paid me a little money. No, the guy was a chef who worked and lived in the annex. He was also another halfway light, so the guy told me, "What's up? You wash my underwear and my socks, and I'll give you." Well, he gave me between 20 and, 40 units in bills. Then later they told me to charge him more, and I told him, but the guy didn't want to pay me anymore. He told me, "No, the truth is, I'm not going to pay you more money. It's a lot of money you're asking me for." Because that advice was given to me by the one who had taken me there with deceit. That guy always wanted to be my godfather. But the truth is, I didn't like his way of being. I saw a lot of hatred in his eyes, and the guy supposedly had also been in the military. Later, this godfather told me, "I don't want you to wash my clothes anymore." And I told him, "Well, it's fine." And I was left like, well, normal again, no. And in all that time, my mom never came to see me. Always like, she wanted to keep blaming me for all her damn problems that she had, blaming me for everything, like a scapegoat. And the truth is, it's what always pissed me off about my boss. No, the truth is, today, I don't talk to her. If I had contact with her, but because of her way of being, that she wants me to support her son, who is my half-brother, but he's a guy who is already over, well, almost 50 years old. So imagine the one I told you about, who rapes girls and doesn't care, and the authorities tolerate him, being a perfect member of an organization dedicated to the education of country. No, we see that the country is fucked. But well, there's no way. Then later it turns out that they started sending me out from inside the annex. They already told me, "Well, we're going to send you to services to go to the bakery, clean all the trays, and those guys are going to give you bread." Well, it's spoiled bread, but the truth is it's a stock, no? And we would stay like, well, okay. And we would go to the bakery, and they already had an agreement, no, with the baker. So we would go, clean all the trays, and then we would return. Sometimes we didn't return. Sometimes the lady would tell us, "Let's go sell donuts." And we would go sell donuts there at a primary school. And the truth is, I didn't know anyone in those areas, no, but the truth is, I felt ashamed. I mean, I felt bad. I would say, "Damn, guy, what the fuck am I doing here, man? I'm just like wasting my time." And I felt like marginalized. The truth is, I would say, "Damn, guy, I have nothing and fuck it. It. And the truth is, I didn't want to return to my parents' house anymore. I mean, I did want to return, but to get out of there from the annex, but I also didn't want anyone to boss me around anymore, guy. I was already fed up, guy. I already wanted to have my money or something like that. But well, damn, I don't have any career finished, no? I had nothing, and jobs with a high school. Education are very poorly paid. So it was a really tough desperation, frustration, and then anger towards my boss, who has always been a damn guy, submitted to my mom's vagina until today. No. Sometimes, even though supposedly they're separated. Fuck his mother. But my dad has always been a disgrace. And that's why he later told me to go to hell, because my mom also just used him and manipulated him. And since this guy didn't have a family or anything, imagine, I also had an absent father because my father didn't have a father. He met him when he was already grown up. And asked out heard. What? And that's all I felt and thought when I was in there. No, If I thought about escaping, but I said, but I'm going to arrive at the house and they're going to return me. So I would say, well, I think the only thing left for me is to wait here and wait for my mom's pussy to heat up again to let me enter the house. I mean, the truth is, it's not that I hate women because I had a tough mother. You can think that I do, but no. Really, my mother taught me what a woman is really like, what the dark nature of women is. My dad, well, every time he came to visit me, he would tell me that my mom didn't want to see me and that they were also going to a group for families of addicts, and pure nonsense, because in there they also wash your brain really hard. But it's like to continue, so you keep being. The scapegoat, no, why, ladies, and they are built by truth and action the down I had, they killed by sky and see and Alton says. You know, a damn control freak. If he doesn't have someone here to control, well, he goes to hell. The truth is, or the narcissist, the damn psychopath also goes crazy when you ignore them. With that, you kill them. And well, also inside the annex, they sent me to the central place where they sold vegetables, fruit, food, and where they paid you with sacks of spoiled vegetables and fruit. With that, they paid you for your work age, and with a pass to go to the dining room of the place, and they pay you with food. But you felt bad. No, the truth is, because I would. Say, damn guy, what the fuck am I doing here? Wasting my time, no. I would say, damn guy, here, under the damn sun, unloading trucks, unloading trailers. One time, they put us to unload a damn trailer of watermelons, and damn the truth is, in one of those, I messed up, and they gave me a punch in the face because they threw the watermelon at me, and I messed up, and it hit me like in the tit. Don't no one sinned. Well, the truth is, it really pissed me off, and I don't know if they saw me. The truth is, I played dumb and threw the watermelon again, the next one, I mean. Imagine that we would stand it like this, as if we were in formation. So one would throw the watermelons from inside the trailer to the outside, and like that we would go in a chain and in a beating, unloading the trailers. Also, when we had to lower sacks of potatoes, onions, green beans, peas, many, many things, and be there all dirty and sweating. And I say, well, dignified work. No, the truth is, the problem is that they won't really and when they sell out, didn't pay us anything, and all the money was collected by the godfathers. That's the problem. That's the mafia there. Look, the truth is, I've even thought about opening my own annex because it's a damn good business. The truth is, as long as you have patience, it's a good business, guy. But it also has a really tough spiritual load, because if you start to serve the service, well, who do you think is going to serve you? God or the devil? Ha ha ha. I remember one time I was lying down on top of a truck of crates because we made several trips, and in one of those trips I was alone on a truck, and I was thinking, damn, I don't want this life for myself, and this heavy work forever. Well, the truth is, I won't always be able to do it, and they're very poorly paid. And as you start to reflect, you start to value, and I would say, damn, well, I want to study something. I want to improve myself and not stay here. This is not my place. At least for now it is, but it shouldn't be. Although, well, we can enter into questions of destiny, life, mission, experiences that are inevitable, because yes, I also consider that there is a destiny that is inevitable. And I don't consider that we can change everything. I think it's only a percentage of our life that we can change on the go, but there are many things that I think are already predestined to happen. That's my belief. Maybe I'm literally in one maybe also wrong. I don't know, but it's based on my experience, and it would depress me, no, and I would just reflect. I also worked selling fruit with this guy I told you about, who later left because he had problems with the guy who had a Santeria necklace with 3 skulls. And this guy, well, He did pay me well, you could say, within what fits. And that's why I'm not ashamed to say that I was in the street markets or in the mobile markets, selling fruit and vegetables. I was also selling newspapers for 1 or 2 days, but I did it there in the avenues. I got on the trucks and sold the there and you see today and they stuck to that nice newspaper and offered it. And at that moment, I felt that it was degrading for me. No, the truth is, I felt like a street kid, like a beggar, like an indigene. I remember that time I sold newspapers. The guy who was also an annexed and had also been annexed with me, we would call him, well, X name, no, that day he only paid me 50 units. And in the end, he took me back to the group. I mean, the soul annexed or I remember that when they sent us to the bakery, well, before returning with the bread, all of us who went would take 3 breads and start to get full of pure bread, even if it didn't fit in your mouth. But you had to finish it so that inside they would give you another 3 breads. Because you had to do that because we were left hungry, man. The truth is that inside, the only thing that keeps you alive is that base of spoiled potatoes, vegetables, their broth with cockroaches, bread from a very famous store that I can't say the name. But they make some very rich pastries, and even though they were spoiled, before they were really cool, because the sugar, since it had spoiled, took on a flavor, like wine. I never liked alcohol wine, well, more or less, but the truth is, no, I'm delirious. She's not very addicted to drinking, but those pastries tasted very rich, even though they were a bit spoiled. And that's how, well, you did lose weight, but because you lost muscle. If you lost fat, you also lost muscle, and they only kept you alive with pure carbohydrates, and that's it. As for tough experiences, I saw there in others. Remember that I told you about Chilo, which is not his real nickname, or well, this guy, Chilo, was one of the guys who was there in the bathroom who wanted to rape me. No, along with the other guy, Cholito. Kilo, one day I was showering, and when you're showering in the annex, anyone can go up and enter the bathroom because that's how it is. So this guy goes up and grabs and sees a chain. I had a silver chain that had the Star of David. Then they shoot, it's done to that, 6-pointed one. That wrote when they that chain, I think it still exists somewhere in the house, stored there, because I always kept that chain, and my mom gave me that chain. I liked that chain a lot, and I remember that. He saw the chain and told me, oh damn, let me see it. And I showed it to him, without taking it off my neck. And he told me, damn, your chain is really cool. Sell it to me. And I told him, well, buddy, my boss gave it to me. If not, I would sell it to you. But since my boss gave it to me, the truth is, I can't give it away or sell it. And he told me, well, buddy, no problem. He didn't get angry or anything. That day I was showering at around 6 in the evening because they had sent us to work to bring sacks of food. And I was showering, and I didn't have to go down to the meetings. And that's why this guy went up, and Chilo saw me. He was already halfway, could go out and come in, could go to work and return to the group. So that day I finished showering, went out, and suddenly the guiding godfather of the group goes up with a face of surprise, a face of, well, fright or no of news that he brings, and that no one expects. And well, I was up there smoking a cigarette, and well, you just stand there, no, when someone of higher rank arrives, and he grabs and says, no, man, what do you think? It's already fucked. And we all were left like, well, what happened? Or what's up? And the godfather says, well, Chilo, Guy, if you see that he was here a while ago, and we all said no, we saw him here, I remembered, I said, damn, I just saw him less than that, I don't know, less than an hour, less than half an hour. I mean, it was something very quick, very, very quick. And he grabs and says, well, what do you think? They just called us that he's already in jail, in prison. We said, damn, how do you think? I was left like, damn, you messed up guy. I just saw you. You wanted to buy my little chain. I said, well, maybe this guy wanted to steal it from me, but since he saw that there was a problem here inside, he preferred to leave. And that's what the Godfather said. He said that the guy left the annex, and since he already had permission, they already let him, and the guy left. And well, he wanted to rob a couple of lovers, and well, the cops caught him, the police caught him, and he was already, well, I think he was already in the jail or in the prison. And well, we were left like, well, what's up? And that was the time I thought the most and said, damn, you just go a little too far, and they let you fall. Without compassion. I said, damn, this thing is really protected by God because things happen here really quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it's already fucked. Everything like that, just like... I know essentially when I watched the week I sent throughout old Shardy, mistreatments to the saints, and damn stories that the truth is you don't believe. It's tough. So later, Chilo's brother arrived at that same annex, and we already told him, what's up, buddy? Are you really this guy's brother? And he told us, yes, buddy, yes, he is my brother. And they were identical, I mean, in the face. They were the same, only one was taller than the other because, well, this one, the younger. One who was in jail was already of legal age. And we told him, is it true that your brother is in jail, in prison? And he told us, yes, the truth is, he left here, started to steal, and didn't care about life. And well, now he's in jail, fucking himself a robbery. I remember there was also a padrino who had brought in a homeless girl, but the girl, honestly, was already really lost from inhaling so much PVC solvent, so the padrino would come and take her in a taxi and then bring her back after a few hours, and the girl would come back with wet hair, and we all knew that the guy was there, taking her to a hotel and then bringing her back and leaving her in the group. I mean, he was doing bullshit using the group, not serving it. And that dude always got up on the podium and said it wasn't true, that everything they said about him were lies, but it really was true. Later that padrino relapsed, and that lady, well, I think at some point she left or didn't come back, something like that happened, but yeah, that also fell apart. I also remember one time we were in a meeting after 6 in the evening, and a padrino came who also had his daughter locked in the annex. But that padrino, well, everyone said he had already relapsed because he stopped coming to the group and had left some stuff behind. So that day he went up to the infirmary and started going off on everyone. Wanted to fight everyone, said people had stolen his stuff, and who knows what else. And then this dude who wore a necklace with 3 Santeria skulls told him straight up, Padrino, cut the bullshit. You're high on pills. You just took some pills and it's obvious by your eyes. That's why you're all crazy and trying to fight everyone here. Nobody stole anything from you. Your stuff's right there. Honestly, just get the fuck out. And the Padrino just stared at him all trippy, grabbed his stuff and left. Honestly, that Padrino's daughter was hot. She had some big-ass titties and was super slutty. That's when you see how women really are. Later, when I also went to work in those food factories owned by a famous soccer player who today is a politician in the country, that day we were also at risk. Because no joke, we were working with no safety equipment. They had us painting the facade, and the scaffolding was super close to the power lines. And those fuckers didn't give a shit. They just wanted to exploit us and charge for us. And honestly, I think that's why the group's Padrino gear elapsed, because just imagine how much money he stole. I think the relapse was just the final result of all the shit he was doing. When I completed my 3 months, I was pretty sure I was going to leave that place. My dad told me we were going to go, and all that he told me that a week before my 3 months were up. But when I hit 3 months, I came down with my stuff. I even took clothes with me, clothes people had given me, and Chiquilada's told me, don't take clothes from here, bro. You're gonna come back anyway, just leave it. But I didn't give a fuck. I told him, fuck that I like this stuff and him taking it. But I always started out, days. So I came down, walked out, and my dad says, well, your mum's not ready for you to come back home yet, so it's better you stay here longer. And I said, no way, man, you told me I was going home. And he said, yeah, but your mom? And I said, oh, so my mom's the one who decides, not you. And Australian. But when you start talking to my dad like that, like telling him he has no balls, he always backs down, never admits that he's got no balls. He said, no, it's not like that. You know how she gets. And I said, yeah, but you're supposed to have a say too, right? Or do you not run shit? And my dad can't handle being questioned. Can't handle it when you call out that he's a bitch who lets himself be controlled, because that's the truth. So I always said, fuck that, he'll never let some bitch control me, because all they do is dominate you and have you like a fucking idiot. Fuck that. So I told him, well, man, then just don't come back. You dirty shit. Just leave me here forever. I don't ever want to see you again. And he said, don't be like that. And I said, now, man, seriously, you're fucked up. I didn't cuss him out. Back then, honestly, I didn't. But I did say, you're seriously fucked up. Then I went back to the group crying with my dumbass face, and everyone saw me come back, and I was like, no fucking way, man. This fucking asshole really just did that to me, and here's my dad. Oh, nay, fucking piece of shit. So I went back upstairs, and Chiquilada saw me all shook and said, what's up, bro? And I told him what happened. And he said, yeah, man, sometimes families like that, but that doesn't mean they don't love you. And I was like, man, fuck them. I already told my dad to fuck off. And that dude, well, I think his family had treated him like total shit, because he said he lived with his stepmom, and when everyone was eating in the living room, they'd send him to another room, and he could hear his dad joking, eating, and having a good time with his half-siblings and his stepmom, but he was just thrown off in a corner, and only after a while they'd call him to eat or let him eat alone. His stepmom did all kinds of fucked up shit to him. And besides, his mom didn't love him either. It was a mess. And he told me honestly, your family does love you, bro. They just want to see you doing better. They want you to stay here longer. He was trying to go easy on me, saying stuff to comfort me, giving me encouragement. And yeah, he saw me cry, honestly. I think everyone saw me cry. And there it was no big deal, because it wasn't like the clinic where the so-called law is set by the government, which is bullshit. In the Annexos, it's different. It's like the law of the crew, but also like God's law. If you act like a piece of shit, he'll drop the hammer on you from above. But if you behave, God protects you like crazy. That's real talk. So I was like, fuck, what do I do now? And that's when I told you I started working there, selling fruit, selling newspapers, painting the factories of that famous soccer player turned politician. And I kept going to the services, going to bakeries, to whatever jobs came up, I'd go. And that's how I kept going. Everyone kept asking me why I didn't get a steady job. And they'd say, there's no steady work, I just take whatever comes up. I also remember one time we went to pick up other dudes from their houses to force them into the Annexo. One time we went for a licenciado, a lawyer, a tall white dude, and man, if you saw that guy in the street, you'd never think he was a crack addict, and telling. You for real. He didn't look like an addict. He didn't look malnourished, but the problem was, when we got to his house, which was in one of the shittiest areas of the city I was born, and the guy saw us from far away and climbed to the rooftop barefoot. And man, that lawyer, he lived in a house made of metal sheets. Like, what the fuck, the dude had money, but smoked it all on crack. He spent it all on crack. And he had a hot-ass blonde girlfriend. She looked like a lawyer too. Honestly, those two looked like people with money. You could tell they had money. But once that dude fell deep into the drug, nobody could control him until they locked him up again in the Annex-THEY. So then this dude starts running across the metal sheets, and those fucking sheets were supposedly like concrete roofing, but they say were just shitty tin roof panels held down with fucking bottle caps nailed to wooden beams, like some real shitty-ass setup. Like if you fall, you break your foot or bleed out, because you could get cut. And besides, this dude was barefoot and shirtless. It was like a fucking movie, for real, because we showed up. He saw us. We got out of the car and he climbed up to the roof. And we were all like, fuck, now how do we get him down? But the good thing was that in that car, in that mission, there was this guy who we called the Mara. That wasn't his real nickname. We gave it to him. We called him the Mara. But that wasn't his real nickname, and obviously it's not any real code about him. But we called him Mara because the dude was all tatted up. The guy was solid in everything. Honestly, he was always working out there in the group and doing burpees, like when you jump, then go down, do a push-up, then a mountain climber, like bring your knee to your chest in the same push-up position, then go down again for another push-up, then the other knee to the chest, then go back up and another jump. And that's just one repetition. And that dude already did like 100, 150. I don't know how many, or maybe even up to 500, I don't know. But the dude was super jacked. He used everything, Vu, PVC, crystal, weed, everything, crack, cocaine, alcohol. But working out kept him really, really active, super ripped, really tough, really solid. That dude had also been in jail, but over in the US, and he said he was in a gang over there with the XLRs and shit. That dude would do workouts like the one I just described, but over there they'd do like 1,000 or 2,000, and everyone was solid as hell because you had to be in shape to defend yourself. This guy was with us that day, and he just jumps up to go grab the other dude, the lawyer. He jumps, and it all happened in like a flash. It wasn't even a minute, seriously. Next thing we know, he was already up there, already face to face with the other guy, and we were all like, damn, this dude's like a cat. And he said, "What's up, bro, you coming down, or what's the deal?" And the lawyer said, "Yeah, honestly, yeah, but for real don't hit me, cause I'm all paranoid, and I've been smoking crack." And the Mara dude said, "Bro, it's a chill group. I come from there, and there's no drama. Look at me, do I look beat up?" And he said, "Well, no, honestly, no." And the dude talked to the guy, and he calmed down and said, "Okay, yeah, but I'm not staying a whole month." He told his family that, and his family said, "No, no, you'll stay as long as necessary." You know, the usual lines they say in those groups. So we took that guy, the lawyer. I still remember his name, but honestly, I'm not going to say it because apparently he's a successful guy. I don't know how he's doing now, but if he's watching this podcast, he knows exactly who I'm talking about. That fucking lawyer was a character, man. Honestly, he even helped me out for a while. He got better quick. No joke, that lawyer was like 61 or 62. Really tall and no lie. The dude was blonde, like a junior rich kid kind of guy. One of those who have a shitload of money. Bitey. But he was really down to earth, real streetwise, chill with everyone. That's one thing he had. He had mad persuasion skills, like really good at talking. But, I mean, he was a lawyer. Imagine that. And one time there was an accident where this dude, the Santero, burned me with a cigarette because we were moving around, and he ended up jamming the whole cigarette into my forearm. I think it was an accident because I moved my arm, and that guy, even now that I'm remembering it, I still remember that burn. I still have the scar on my forearm, and man, imagine getting jabbed with a cigarette. By accident, it burned about a centimeter deep, that's a lot. The burn was nasty, and I was like, fuck, that shit hurts like hell. And in there, man, forget about doctors or any of that. I was really scared the wound would get infected, and yeah, I was super tense. Like I said, it was an accident because the Santero was folding a blanket, and I moved my hand, but at the same time he raised his and had the lit cigarette in it. So it was like he poked me with it. But since it was lit, of course it burned deep. And I didn't know what the fuck to do. That burn hurt like a bitch. And that dude, that lawyer, helped me. He cleaned it up. I think he used hydrogen peroxide and alcohol. And besides, they told me that I think that dude told me to put cigarette ash on myself. And I said, no way. Well, if with that they stung me, he told me, it's not that it's going to help you and shit. And well, I did it. And the truth is that yes, it healed me. The truth is that yes, it healed the wound, and well, that's something you never forget. No, those details that the folks have with you. Well, the truth is you won't always remember them, and well, you'll always be grateful to them. Now that the topic of the lawyers comes up, there was another dude who was also a lawyer, but he was an older man, like around 40, 50 years old. He comes from Oakshott, and that dude, the truth worked inside the government. I can't say more. The only thing I can tell you is that dude worked in a building that's guarded by military, by police. That dude, most likely he knew several governors and heavy people who have power. That's why I don't say names. The nicknames I'm saying are nicknames that we made up, or nicknames that the truth don't even exist. But well, obviously they're going to hear this and they'll know who I'm talking about, and there the shit will end okay. So they also went for this lawyer. They took him out of his house from their fucking house in a subdivision of rich people. I mean, the dude shit on money. However, the fucking alcohol had him under control. And that's where, well, I saw how this dude arrived. And fucking dude here, blonde with green eyes. I look like those babies that then they come out advertising baby food products or diapers, and you know which brands I won't mention. Or if I'm going to go here, you could tell he had been blonde. But he was bald. Now, but the dude had his fucking eyelashes like Chinese. The dude looked like a fucking doll, like those girl dolls that they buy their babies, and there so they can carry their baby. Carrying, and green eye and hair, fucking face all red from the alcohol, but he was blonde and with a crew cut, and you'd say, no way, this dude has everything to succeed in life because he's good looking, the dude. Well, he's not ugly, he has cash, he's a lawyer, lives there in the fucking most expensive subdivisions in the whole city, or I could say in the whole country, and yet he can't handle the fucking addiction, and so there you were, stunned, and thought, no, well, this shit is fucked up, the fucking addiction doesn't respect shit. There was a dude I met there when I arrived nowadays. Well, that dude is already dead. The truth, that kid was 5 years younger than me. I mean, I got there when I was 19, and that kid was 14, and the truth, it's not to speak ill of the dead or anything, but well, the kid was very, very rebellious. He didn't give a fuck about anything, and the truth, he doesn't like obeying the sponsors. And then he ain't all arrogant. But he was a dude who came from a town near it, the city, and how that then pissed off the folks, because this dude, when they gave him the support service, the dude, well, right away, he got on the soapbox and wanted to talk to us here like he was the sponsor with the most time and, getting all cocky and well. The folks put him in his place. They told him to fuck off. They told him nothing. You go fuck yourself, you're an asshole. And then that dude there, I'm going to tell the sponsor and just bullshit the dude instead of listening in the meetings. He would knit those bracelets, well, of a saint there that I won't mention, or the famous. Bracelet straps, know that they come, well, from there, from tradition, from the correctional, where minors go to pay for their crimes when they commit theft, homicide, or any crime. No, and all the sponsors always told him to pay attention to the meetings, that if not, he was going to relapse again, and it's that the dude had relapsed. I mean, before I got to that rehab, he had escaped, and the flight, they caught him again the same day he escaped, and imagine completing 3 months. Well, he was close. I think very little was left for him to get out. He almost completed the 3 months and the ways. Escaped and went to drink, and ended up passed out in a park near from there. His parents saw him near his house, and called the rehab people. The rehab people went for him, and again he had to start from zero, so everyone made fun of him, because they said, no way, you're so dumb. You only lasted a day outside. And the dude says, damn, well, the truth is I'm going to go out and do the same. That's what that dude said at the podium. He went up and said that the truth, that dude was going to get drunk and didn't give a fuck, and everyone, well, they said, well, it's respectable, no, but well, the dude like, also, I don't know the kid. Well, yes, mommy, the dude told me his story, because I said, dude, what's your deal? Dude, your family doesn't come. Oh, what's your deal? Why are you like this? Why don't you give a fuck? And he told me his whole story and told me that, well, his parents beat the shit out of him since he was a kid. And, well, the kid from there held a lot of resentment. He set up his dad and his mom. And get this dude's story is sad. My parents also knew him from a distance, and also knew his parents with them, and they talked several times. But they said that, well, also the man was very conflictive, the dad of this dude, because they went to a fucking group, some meetings they had there in the same rehab, but on Sundays. So those Sundays we couldn't go down because they went to down because meetings, and you can't be looking out the window to not make the story long. Well, then we also beat the shit out of him, this dude, no, because he wanted to act all tough, the kid, and, well, no, the folks don't take it, and whoever else told him to fuck off, and we grabbed him as a snack, and until the dude couldn't take it anymore, and then they took away his service of being support, because he was too dumb. And then after I left the rehab, I found out that this dude had been killed, because, well, that I'll tell now later. Get this, to that rehab also arrived another dude who I had been with in the clinic. That was bullshit because, well, where I was there. Suddenly I turn around and see the other asshole arriving, and I said, no way, I know this dude from the clinic. I mean, get this, how small the world is. I don't say it wasn't a big distance from the clinic to the rehab, but, well, so then we greeted each other and all that shit. And that made me laugh a lot, saying, no way. Like, here you start knowing the folks, and you get to another rehab, and you meet the first ones who also already relapsed in substance use, just like you. And, well, there you go along joking around. Well, turns out I think I was there like 4 months, 4.5 months. And then one day, well, supposedly my mom was already happy, no, and they let me return home with a bunch of conditions. Already I left. And, well, the condition was that I had to keep going to the meetings. No, from home I had to go to the meetings. And me, the truth that pissed me the fuck off. I said it's so fucking far. I didn't want to. Go. Well, and then I leave, and, well, my sponsor told me, you have to come to the meetings, and you won't relapse. And if you even act dumb a little, you'll be back in front of the podium as a relapsed. And I told him, well, yeah. But the truth, I just blew him off, because, well, the truth is at that time, I didn't even know what to do with my life. Like, I wanted to keep studying, but I wanted to study another career, And at the same time, I didn't want to waste more time. But well, at the same time also, well, the truth is that it was convenient for me to be the scapegoat. No, because there came a point where, well, like you want all the gifts they give the scapegoat. But well, also then you get fucked when your mom or your dad use you as the base of their neurosis. Always no, because that's what you do that. They make you consume again, and really they end up provoking it at some point. No, so the best thing is to extract the addict from the family and have the addict emancipate. Another thing I also saw is that once a dude tried to steal the truck where we brought all the food for the rehab inmates, and because the dude was smoking crack, and that day I went out to exercise at 6 a.m, and I saw him standing by a concrete post, and I really didn't greet him. And because he was a dude who was a real asshole and acted all tough, he was a fucking short and fat guy, all dumb. And then I went to exercise at the bars over there, at the parallel bars, calisthenics. And when I came back from the park, I see the patrol cars, and the truck is gone. And like they're reporting what just happened, and they tell me everything that the dude, this guy tried to steal the truck because he was all tweaked, smoking crack and wanted more money. But well, the dude went and crashed into a post. And well, the police stopped him right away. I mean, just dumb shit they did. And the first thing they tell you not to steal from the group, and he goes and does it so like that. Or dumber, you want him. But I did go to meetings at that group, already being free on the street, and there I saw this 14-year-old dude, like he already had money, and even got an earring, and told me that supposedly he was working there with a sponsor, right? And oh, oh. To me, it was weird, because it was weird for a sponsor to give you a job from there, that you already had a phone, that you already went to the gym, that you even got earrings. I mean, the truth is, that never gave me a good vibe. And I said, well, whatever. Who knows this dude, what shit he's getting into? Or not, because inside there, when they start letting you out, there's dudes who offer you to go sell drugs with them. Once a dude who looked real chill, had the face of a noble person, but inside him, well, he wasn't okay, because he also smoked crack, and told me one day, what's up, dude? Well, the truth, you don't smoke crack. What's up? Don't you want to work for me? I said, no way. He told me, yes, bro, I give you the crack, you sell it, and then I give you a salary, and then you give me the me. Rest, I said, no, is that for real? It scares me. And he said, no, no problem. It's all bullshit here. And get this, that dude had a lot of confidence. But with that thing he told me, I said, fuck, you don't try to pull your bullshit on me. Because no way, imagine they catch you for drug trafficking or small-time dealing. They give you 5 to 15 years. Minimum in jail. Imagine no fuck. That's so all those types of jobs with shady people, well, they come out there because there's people who want to stay in the same shit or even get worse. Act dumb to steal, extort, sell drugs, or bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of bad influences there too, the truth. And if you act dumb, those bad influences pull you in. And well, like my buddy, Chilo ended up in jail, leaving the rehab in less than an hour, and worse than an hour, already in prison. So this 14-year-old kid, well, the truth, I saw him in shady steps, and I said, well, whatever, not my problem with that dude. And when you go back, well, the rehab inmates see you. The rehab inmates and invite you to go up to the podium, and well, the truth, it embarrassed me, no, and I never felt comfortable in a group. That's the truth. Many times I thought about, like, hooking up with a girl from inside there. No, but since I was afraid of the spiritual payments, well, the truth is that I never broke those 3 rules. Well, later on, I did get with someone from there with a woman, but it wasn't in that group. It was later, and we haven't even gotten to that part of the story yet. But in this part of the story, well, no, I didn't break any of those 3 rules. Don't take a rehab girl with you, don't fuck any female or male sponsor, and don't steal money from the 7th. In the seventh I put is the money from all the contributions of all the people who attend the meetings and who are supposedly group servers know that help pay rent and help pay electricity, help pay gas, help pay water, help pay supposedly food, and stuff. Although, well, we all know that it's a money-stealing operation in those groups, really. Because they tell your family that if they give you the groceries, they bring them to you. But it's not true. They didn't even give us soups. Imagine. The family brought soups, like alphabet soup and different types of soups, like macaroni, the kind you boil in water, with tomato and salt and onion and garlic. And you have your nice little soup. They never gave that to us. They just gave us water with rotten vegetables, and it was really shitty. The truth is, that's why I feel many groups end up closing, or the spiritual days. They have many payments because after I stopped going there for a while, my parents, kept going on Sundays, to some meetings of theirs that are supposedly to learn how to treat the addict. But they're just bullshit too, the truth. One day, they told me that this 14-year-old dude, who supposedly was already working with a sponsor, and that the sponsor paid for his gym and bought him a phone, and he even had an earring. They'd killed him, and now that I think about it, I feel that the same dude who invited me to work with him, selling crack on a corner, I think that guy hired him, and the kid, took the job, took the work, started working for a while, supposedly felt he could do it, felt he was doing good, all the shit that he wasn't going to fail. But in the end, he got whacked. Tio, and exactly no one knows how the kid died. Everything was strange circumstances, or at least it's not information. They didn't want to give it. But the dude died, may he rest in peace. Hopefully God forgave him, and it's fucked up because later I went back to a meeting or two with the sponsor, and he told me that they were already doing bullshit inside there, that then they were stealing car parts or all kinds of thefts, and would go and hide there in the rehab. I mean, instead of using the group as recovery, they used it as a thieves' den. And in the time I was there, we kicked out, they kicked out no dude who was stealing outside and would go into the group to act dumb, They told him to fuck off. I also remember once a dude came asking for shelter, and saying he wanted to stop doing drugs, and that he wanted to be a good person, and all bitch, bullshit and lies, and the dude stayed like 23 days. But the dude didn't want to do chores. Until they forced him to do chores, he just wanted to lie around, and then suddenly, one day we wake up, and the dude was gone. He stole several sneakers and clothes from there. I don't know if also stuff like jewelry, money. I think, he stole money from the group and opened with the keys and fucked off, and no one noticed when he stole everything, because I think it was in the early morning and he fucked off. Most likely he went to smoke all that, pawned it to get some rocks and keep smoking. Those kinds of stories are what you'd see there. Often so, when that happened, they said not just anyone could be given shelter and stay there to sleep, because even the same dudes from inside who had been in rehab a while had the same mentality of going out to steal or stealing inside there and selling everything to keep smoking crack. And also once a dude from inside there, so once he scammed several with their sneakers, and it's that they were all wearing brand name basketball sneakers. You know which brand it is, and they're expensive sneakers. Then this dude, just gave me the full picture. And when he said okay, he went, stole the sneakers, left in the morning. And I think he even left the door open. Those are things you also see there. And many dudes, they didn't even have sneakers anymore. They had been stolen. And stories like those there are many. Also another couple from there. A girl and a dude escaped the first from rehab with a rehab girl who was apparently from the beach near the coast. And the truth, the girl was really hot. The truth, her face wasn't that nice, but she had an ass and tits. But really tasty, the truth. And they also left, the dude took her. Ha ha ha. And so a ton of stories from inside there, that the more you stay there, more times. And also if you want to get into eating shit, you can do it. It's that inside there. you also learn many things, but it doesn't mean everything you learn you'll go do outside. Many dudes. Well, heard about new drugs inside there and went out and did them. No, I can't tell you that leaving that place I recovered. The truth is that it's not true. Because from inside, I talked with a dude. A guy who told me like we're just talking us two. He said, you know the truth you're going to use again, but you'll take it easy. And well, the truth, I just nodded. Because, well, it was the truth, I mean. Let's stop kidding ourselves. The addict will always want to feel that first hit again, and the worst part, you know what is, that you'll never feel that same sensation of the first hit again. Not with that. Weed, nor crack, nor meth, nor cocaine, nor pills, nor acid, nor tusibai, nor with shit. I can even assure you, not even with Activo, nor inhaling Resistol 5000, nor with all the alcohol of any type you want to take. You'll satisfy that fucking lack of self-esteem and that fucking spiritual void that doesn't fill with anything. Well, at that time, I felt it didn't fill with anything, but yes, it fills. With something dedicating self-love to yourself. That's how it fills. The truth, I don't remember how long I lasted outside after leaving that rehab and used again. The truth, I don't remember, but not. Even a year passed okay, so when I left there, well, the truth, I went back to study architecture, at the university, and well, maybe I lasted maximum 9 months outside. I never lasted even a year. Outside, the truth, I always longed to get high again, always smoke weed, or mix weed with cocaine, because the truth is, I was almost becoming addicted to cocaine, too, because I liked cocaine a lot. That's the truth, and I've heard many buddies that since they smoked a marijuana, sprinkled with powdered cocaine. Obviously then they moved to crack, which is cocaine cooked with other stuff. So I can tell you, I think God was always watching over me. Know the truth, despite my bullshit. Well, oh, God has always been with me. But God also gives you an ultimatum. God never lets you play with it. Him only you play with yourself. It's the trap for the cheater. I was reading a Russian proverb recently that says the only free cheese is the one in the rat trap. There I leave it for you to process and reflect on, and well, what else can I tell you, bro? The truth is, I lasted twice. I used again. Went back to the chaos and supposedly studying and not studying and messing around and my parents again. No, be careful and don't use again, because this time you know the path. Either you go to the streets or another rehab. But now it'll be a longer rehab or already. Well, send you to hell. We won't even support you nor shit. And you know the same fucking lecture every damn day. And they told me in the group, well, if you don't want to suffer, well, don't go with your parents you want to keep using. No one tells you not to. Keep doing it, but with your own money. Fund yourself, live alone. But if you don't want anyone telling you what you can't do, then go live alone. And the truth, I wanted to live alone, but well, I had nothing, no degree or college education, so what the fuck was I going to do, little son? I can tell you that in that place I learned everything you shouldn't do and everything allowed to do. I understood that to do bad things there's an order, but that order wasn't going to rule me because I didn't want to do bad things. I mean stealing or committing any crime to keep using. In note saying I didn't use again because I did. The truth is, yes,